Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour, bon matin. Bienvenue dans cette session intitulée « Ligne de front, quel ordre dans ce chaos mondial ?» Mon nom est Julien Toureil. Je suis ravi et privilégié de pouvoir modérer encore une fois des échanges essentiels et stimulants comme en offrent les Meddays. Le paysage mondial actuel est secoué par une série de crises majeures. La guerre en Ukraine ou encore les tensions en Asie-Pacifique testent, voire redéfinissent les rapports de force mondiaux. Les conflits au Moyen-Orient, en particulier au Liban et à Gaza, mettent non seulement en évidence des divisions entre puissances mondiales, mais illustrent encore plus les limites des considérations humanitaires et du droit international face à la prévalence des intérêts stratégiques. La crise climatique, qui exacerbe les catastrophes naturelles et l'insécurité alimentaire, expose les disparités entre les pays les plus vulnérables, le plus souvent du Sud global, et les plus industrialisés, responsables de cette crise. Plus fondamentalement, la scène internationale semble de plus en plus fracturée, divisée, sur des questions telles que la représentativité des institutions multilatérales, le respect de valeurs appliquées selon une géométrie variable, l'équité climatique ou encore la gestion des flux migratoires. Face à ces crises multiples, qui donnent l'image d'une scène internationale de plus en plus chaotique, ingérable, ingouvernable, l'ordre international semble désemparé, semble inadapté. Dans ce contexte, que faire? L'ordre international actuel peut-il, devrait-il être réformé ou doit-il être totalement repensé? Et sur quelle base, avec quels objectifs? Voici en quelques mots le menu de la discussion que nous allons avoir ce matin avec nos distingués panélistes. Je vous les présente très brièvement. Tout d'abord, son Excellence Dr Jorge Ivanov, ancien président de la République de Macédoine. Son Excellence Marie Kivniemi, ancienne Première ministre de Finlande. Son Excellence Eduard Heger, ancien Premier ministre de Slovéquie. Son Excellence Egidijus Meilunas, vice-ministre des Affaires étrangères de Lituanie. Son Excellence Miroslav Lajčák, ancien ministre des Affaires étrangères de Slovéquie. Son Excellence Eva Maria Limets, ancienne ministre des Affaires étrangères d'Estonie. Son Excellence Douglas Luth, ancien ambassadeur des États-Unis auprès de l'OTAN et aujourd'hui président pratique internationale et de défense au BGR Group. Et enfin, son Excellence Dominique Dupuy, ancienne ministre des Affaires étrangères d'Haïti. Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue. Merci d'être avec nous pour ce panel. I will start our discussion with some quite general opening questions to set the tone for this discussion. First of all, Mrs. Kiviniemi, how are your country and maybe countries in general redefining their strategic priorities to cope with the global instability?
Thank you very much. Happy to be here in Meddays and participating in this high-level conference. So, asking your questions, really it has been the case that every country has been obliged to thinking their foreign and security policy priorities in recent years. And you can see it to be happened in 4 different concrete ways. First, when it comes to military alliances, NATO has received new members, my country, Finland, and Sweden. And the reason behind that was, of course, the Russian invasion and attack on Ukraine. And it was not technically a difficult decision for Finland because Finland had been so integrated into the military systems of NATO. But of course, politically, it was a big decision. But what was needed was, of course, the support from the citizens. And it was kind of amazing that in a very short time period, when earlier about 30% of Finnish citizens supported the NATO membership. So at once then, after the Russian attack, the share of citizens who supported the membership was 80. So for the politicians, it was then finally an easy and very clear decisions. So first, these military alliances, and also the strengthening the military and defense policy issues and putting them high on the agenda in the EU and strengthening kind of that aspect of other alliances is belong to that same category of changes which has been made. Second is that increased investment in military defense has been happening, and actually when we look at the figures from last year, they were really record high. 23 the military expenditures increased globally by 6.8%, and that represented the fastest annual growth in over 15 years. And also when it comes to NATO members, 23 of them last year reached the 2% target of military spending, when a year earlier the number of NATO countries was only 10. And the third, what has happened when it comes to foreign and security policies of countries, is that many countries have increased their preparedness for hybrid threats. That is like cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, interference in democratic processes, and disruptions to critical infrastructure. So efforts really have been made to protect those, countering propaganda, improve people's resilience in society to withstand such challenges. And some concrete examples of that are, for example, the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, which was based in Helsinki in 2017. And also in the Finnish case, we reformed our curriculum 2016, and there we placed a very strong emphasis on critical thinking and media literacy across all levels of education, and I'm sure that that has been made in many other countries too. Also, one more point, what has been done is that countries have enhanced their civil preparedness, resilience, and supply security. So bolstering domestic industries and secure supply chains, aiming to withstand global economic disruptions. So really also states have strengthened their strategic reserves of critical materials, including medical supplies, food, energy, to ensure readiness for emergencies. And especially in European countries, because many countries wanted to really and have been able to cut the ties to Russian energy sources. This has meant a very big change. In my country's case, 36% of our energy, total energy consumption was imported from Russia before the Russian invasion to Ukraine. But now the share is less than 7%, and because of new nuclear power plant, we started to produce electricity right in time, and also because of so much effort have been put in renewable energy sources. So these in these four areas, kind of the enhanced civil preparedness, resilience, and supply security, preparedness for hybrid threats, increased military defense, and then strengthening alliances and increasing the membership of those. In these terms, almost every country has been obliged to do changes.
Thank you very much, Madam Kiviniemi, for this first thoughtful words. Thanks a lot. Maybe same question about how countries should adapt to the current global instability. To you, Mr. Ivanov, if you want.
Good morning, everyone. I am first time in your forum. Thank you for your invitation. I will speak Macedonian language because it's easy to explain this very, very complex issue. Ако постои согласност меѓу сите е дека живееме во најкритичните денови од нашите животи. Не само критични, туку и опасни денови. Сите сме во исчекување што ќе се случи после 20 јануари, кога Трамп ќе влезе во Белата куќа. Стравот е уште поголем затоа што 70% од светска популација секој ден пристапува на интернет и сите информации ги добива од како официјални, така и многу неофицијални извори. Стравот е присутен секаде околу нас и не се слуша гласот на разумот затоа што живееме во епоха на позвистина, кога лагата и вистината се изедначени. Нема разлика меѓу лага и вистина. Глобализацијата овозможи целиот свет да биде поврзан и затоа и кризите сега влијаат на сите нас. Таа голема поврзаност предизвикува да и сите кризи меѓу себе се поврзани. Не можете да зборите за мигрантска криза без еколошка криза, без безбедносна криза, без енергетска криза. Таа поврзаност меѓу кризите создава голем песимизам, затоа што меѓународните институции се неефикасни да се справат со сите овие кризи. Но освен постојните меѓународни институции, немаме друг кој може да понуди подобар свет. Знаеме дека мултиполаризмот е резултат на победниците од Втора светска војна. И Обединетите нации, и Светска банка, и Меѓународен монетарен фонд. Но денес тие како повеќе да придонесуваат во зголемување на хаосот, отколку за решавање и воспоставување ред во хаосот. Советот за безбедност не може да одлучува и носи одлуки поради правото на вето. Светска банка и Меѓународен монетарен фонд се под влијание на богатите земји. Се создава голема поларизација на планетата, големо незадоволство од елитите, што создава популизам. Популистите нудат брзи решенија и нудат на граѓаните од нивен аспект надеж. Затоа има еден парадокс. Популистите не се антидемократски, тие се антилиберални. Тие се против елитите и незадоволството од елитите секој ден е се поголемо. Но во услови кога имаме војна меѓу Русија и Украина, војни на Блискиот Исток, гледаме во Алепо повторно влегуваат радикалните представници на ИСИЛ, на Џабал ел-Нусра, гледаме во Судан каква е ситуацијата. Нема континент и место каде човек може да чувствува безбеден, бидејќи таа меѓусебна поврзаност доведува да секој се чувствува загрозен. Предност е што располагаме и со креација на човековиот ум кој се нарекува вештачка интелигенција, кој може да помогне како алатка да ги обработува сите информации, да симулира ситуации кај се можни решенија. Решенијата секој пат се во диалог. Но кога генералите се гласни, интелектуалците и дипломатите се многу тивки. Дипломатијата не се чувствува и немаме шатл дипломатија од видот на Хенри Кисинџер, кој знаеше на лице место да оди и да посредува меѓу завоеваните страни, па дури и до крај на својот живот доди и во Кина, и во Русија, и во Украина. Тој профил на дипломатија отсуствува од светската сцена и можеби тоа што тој го остава ко наследство, една од неговите книги вели дека Сепак вештачката интелигенција може да помогне во нудење на одговори, бидејќи е непристрасна и може да најде решенија за спорови каде има премногу емоции, премногу историја, премногу предрасуди, но тука имаме уште една замка. Технологијата многу побрзо напредува отколку етиката и правото. Добиваме области каде се злоупотребува се што може да биде од кори за човековата цивилизација. Гледаме како вештачката интелигенција ги контролира дроновите, како симулира воени действија, како вештачка интелигенција се користи да креира лажни вести на интернет, да создава представи кои нудат само страв. Освен стравот, друга сила која може да помогне на човештвото е надежта. Меѓутоа надежта се помалку ја има. Но надежта треба да ја очекуваме од постојните меѓународни организации кои треба да пројават храброст, решителност за да нудат решенија и ќе го потикнат диалогот меѓу сега веќе спротивставените страни. Ако е Ибн Халдун жив денес, тој би кажал се во ова се случува затоа што отсуствува асабија. Значи, социјалната хеохезија на нашата цивилизација исчезнува. Големата глобализација со либерализмот, индивидуализмот и екстремната поларизација доведува да нема солидарност меѓу луѓето. Ибн Халдун би кажал, умират империите. Значи, кога големите сили ја губат моќта, создаваат хаос. Но кој може да излезе од хаосот? Единствено повторно човековиот ум, човековите иницијативи и менување на парадигмата. Ние се уште сме под доминација на Хантингтовата парадигма за судир на цивилизациите, а ретко посветуваме внимание на алијансата на цивилизациите на Обединетите нации кој нуди решенија. Диалог, диалог, диалог. Така што од научен аспект состојбата е многу јасна. Неопходна е нова парадигма, односно неопходна ни е од аспект на метафора ефектот на метаморфоза. Мало појаснување метафората за да биде појасна. Кога шетаме низ шумата, ги гледаме гасениците и ние сме уплашени дека тие еден ден толку ќе се намножат, ќе изедат шумата. Тоа е стравот што доминира денес, дека актуелните кризи ќе го уништат светот. Но тие што ја знаат природата и науката знаат дека гасеницата во еден момент ќе создаде кожурец од кој ќе излезе пеперутка. Пеперутката е надежта, односно преобразување на кризите во решенија. Но за жал денес сите ги гледат гасениците, никој не ги гледа пеперутките. Надежта е во младите луѓе и младите генерации кои се упатени во овој технолошки забрзан свет, кои ги чувствуваат сите последици од кризите, бидејќи тие се најпогодени. И ако ја видите статистиката, 50% од светската популација се млади до 30 години. Но дали младите се вклучени во носење на одлуки? Не, само 2,91% се до 30 години членови на националните парламенти. Во 33 земји и национални парламенти нема ни еден до 30 години. А имаме парламенти во кои има пратеници од 95, 96, 97 години. Треба да им се даде поголема гласност на младите, бидејќи ние ја трошиме нивната иднина. Треба младите, како во периодот на студената војна, кога беа протестите против војната во Виетнам, да се слушне гласот на младите против сите овие конфликти и овој хаос што им го оставаме во наследство. Затоа е неопходно да се активираат Обединетите нации, да се одземе моќта од Советна безбедност и да се префрли на Генералното собрание, да многу одлуки се носат од мнозинството на светската популација, а не од победниците на Втора светска војна. Светската банка мора да се загрижи за тоа како се трошат средствата и парите и да прекине со толку голема поларизација која најмногу ја чувствува Африка. И тоа ќе биде причина за нови сојузи и нови, затоа што ако постојните институции не нудат одговори, ќе се најде решение во нови канали, нови процеси и нови асоциации. Животот е како вода. Водата никој пат не оди нагоре, секој пат се спушта надолу и си наоѓа сама свој пат. Така да, историјата не научила дека во кризни времења се создаваат силни лидери, се создаваат нови решенија, се креираат нови парадигми и да се надеваме дека ова криза ќе изроди многу пеперутки, а не само гасеници. Благодарам.
Thank you, Mr. Ivanov. You've painted quite a dark portrait of the current world disorder, but you've also offered some optimism to move beyond our current crisis. And there is one question you raised that stuck to my mind, and I will ask this question to our next panelist. What happened with diplomacy to deal with the current public crisis? And maybe Mr. Miroslav Lajčák, you would like to at least start to answer the question. What happened with diplomacy in the current world?
Yeah, this is a million-dollar question, because the fact is that we live in the world where rules no longer apply or are not respected. The international architecture that was built after the World War II no longer represents or reflects the realities of today's world, and there are many countries and many regions of this world which feel underrepresented, and they of course demand having their fair share in shaping global policies. The fact is that when we look at the last 30 years, the China's share of the world GDP has gone from 6% to 20%. European Union's share went from 21 to 14, and the United States from 20 to 15%. So these are the new realities. And they, as I said, are not reflected in the global architecture, and therefore we see more polarity and less cooperation. We have gone from a multilateral system to multipolar system, but this has happened in an not a non-agreed way, and we see, as I said, countries, middle powers, India, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, South Africa, which are emerging, and we are becoming important actors, and they, of course, expressing their desire for adequate status on the global scene. We also see countries in a dilemma, because they understand that we are facing transnational or transborder challenges when we speak about the climate change, when we speak about the health threat, about the economic development. All this requires global answer, cooperation, but on the other hand, the countries see that the international organizations, which unfortunately do not adequately respond to these new realities, do not guarantee that their interests will be protected, and therefore they reach to, I would say, fluid, short-term alliances which are built more on interest and less on values. We see it clearly in the countries with the global south, which are rallying around the global challenges of their primary concerns, such as the climate change or economic inequalities, global governance reforms, and of course they are often positioning themselves against the Western-led global governance structures. I can mention the UN Security Council reform or the climate financing here, and they are, of course, advocating for more equality here. We see some emerging powers which are trying to position themselves between the West and the global South, and trying to play more active and more relevant role. And here the ever-growing relevance of the BRICS is the best example. We also see, as a consequence of this development, China and Russia getting closer together, in particular on issues such as energy, defense and diplomacy, and also opposing the Western sanctions. We see new alliances in the Indo-Pacific area, and we also see European Union reaching out to partners that are considered like-minded, like Japan or Republic of Korea. What we need to do in this fragmented world, we need to build a new, more resilient world, and for this we need to make several steps. Number one, to strengthen global institutions such as the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the World Trade Organization, to make sure that they are reformed, they are more inclusive and more responsive. Secondly, we need to prioritize the issues that transcend national borders, such as climate change, pandemics, or nuclear proliferation. Number three, we need to encourage regional cooperations, be it ASEAN, be it African Union, European Union, encourage them to take more active approach in addressing local crises, because usually regional solutions are more agile than the global ones. Number four, we need to develop more resilient, more diverse global supply chains, particularly in critical areas such as energy, food, technology, so that we avoid the vulnerabilities that we were all exposed to during the times of COVID pandemics. As my next point is the need to address the global north-south divide to make sure that the developing countries are not feeling left behind. Let's not forget the need to harness new technologies and to use tools such as digital diplomacy and artificial intelligence, but again, to make sure that all nations have access and at the same time that the digital sovereignty or privacy are respected. And finally, and that's very important for me personally, of course, building solidarity and trust. That means to prioritize dialogue and diplomacy over confrontation. That means the need to address inequalities in global governance, and that means building bridges between the global north and the south. It's a big wish, but if we can do it, we are able to do it. So I think this is the best way forward.
Thank you very much. I will move on a similar topic with you, Madam Lemets, about diplomacy. Has diplomacy still a place in our current world? How should we renew diplomacy to cope with global challenges like climate change or technological revolutions, as Mr. Lacek just mentioned? What's your take on that?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this question, and thank you very much also for this opportunity to be part of this security discussion here in Middays Forum. First, I would like to say a few words about myself, then I think it's easier to understand my point of views. I'm coming from Estonia, so I'm coming from the northern part of Europe. Estonia was occupied by Soviet Russia since 1945 until 1991. And since that time when we regained our independence, we of course joined the United Nations as soon as it was possible for us. But we also joined other democratic institutions, transatlantic institutions like NATO and also the European Union. So we are a small country in Northern Europe, bordering with Russia, and we strongly believe into international cooperation with other countries, and also to the institutions which protect international law, and particularly the United Nations, which Charter says that there is no right to use of force to gain other countries' territories. And now I'd like to come back to your question and the role of diplomacy. I personally have been a diplomat of Estonia for about 27 years. And I think that it also clearly shows that I am a strong believer of diplomacy. At the same time, I also believe that countries have to be ready to the situations when diplomacy fails. And I'm very much worried about the situation of the current world because we see that in spite of the international order that we have agreed on in the United Nations, we see that some countries are still very much interested in gaining additional or extra territories from the neighboring countries. And unfortunately, those aggressors are also part of the United Nations Security Council, the body which has right to intervene and protect the international order. And in spite of the diplomatic efforts, still we see all those military attacks around the world. So I think that we definitely should help to increase and empower diplomatic efforts at the United Nations. And I think it was already rightly said by previous speakers that one way to do is to give more power to the General Assembly. This is the body which is really the center of diplomatic efforts. All the countries are represented there, and whatever question is discussed, all countries have the say. Of course, the main question at the moment is what to do with the United Nations Security Council. This is the only body which really can affect and can give binding resolutions to member states. At the same time, we see that there are aggressor countries who have a veto right and who have used the veto right. So the question is what to do with this body, what other member states or other countries can do if they don't have the voice in this body. So I think that there is a great initiative on the table. This is French-Mexican initiative, how to reduce the veto power at the Security Council. And if this resolution passes, it means that the Security Council could intervene and have action against mass atrocities. So I truly hope that the international diplomacy will have and support the implementation of this resolution. It was first in the General Assembly in 2018, and only about 106 countries were supporting this resolution. So that we see that there is a chance to give stronger support to this resolution by all of our countries. So I think that other than that, what we speak about the Security Council and the United Nations, then because of the current challenges or challenges of today's world, particularly security challenges, we see that other international gatherings take this position. For example, we see that other institutions, for example, NATO and EU, they enlarge because like-minded countries want to come together and discuss common concerns. The same trends we see also in other parts of the world. For example, AUKUS is another international engagement in Indo-Pacific region. So I think there are two options. Either the United Nations strengthens itself with the help of all the member states, or we're going to see the trends that other international gatherings, also like G7, who has strong initiatives to support Ukraine at the moment and to support other democratic countries across the world, come together and replace the miscomings of the United Nations. So I will stop here and thank you.
Thank you, Madam Limets. You've mentioned at the beginning, that you worry about the current situation, especially regarding respect to international norms like territorial integrity. That raised the question, and that leads me to my next question, maybe to you, Mr. Egger. How are current public crises, in your opinion, reshaping dynamics of international competition as well as maybe international cooperation?
Thank you very much. Good morning. First of all, also I would like to thank for organizing this great forum and really discussing this very important topic. And as you could hear from the previous speakers, there is a lot of issues, I would say, going on. And going to your questions, yes, there is a big impact on that. And I think there is temptation to kind of look at the current crisis that we are facing, not only in my part of the world, in Central Europe, but also in global aspect, to deal with them kind of short term, looking at it from a perspective of some upgrade, or how can we resolve the current turmoil that's happening in our regions. And I think that's a very natural approach to look and face these really, I would say, severe issues that we're dealing in our regions. But I think the more important is kind of stop for a moment and think, what is the global vision that we want to work toward? What do we want the world to look like, let's say, in 2050? Because I see that there is not many discussions about that, and that's why I'm so glad that the question stands as it stands, like what order in global chaos? We kind of admit that at this moment there is a global chaos. And why do we admit it? And I think, you know, if you look at it, and I see also in the audience several generations, starting with students and going to the senior, which is so great. And I think now the world is in a kind of, again, I would say a unique place. We're going through a transition, and I would say from an analog era into a digital era. Actually, we are in the digital era. And as it was mentioned by Mr. Ivanov, that, you know, 70% of people have access to the internet. We live in a digital era. We do live also in the virtual world. We get so much information that the humankind was never faced with so many informations at one time. And what I see that we are kind of failing in really in adaptation to this new age. And failing would be a pessimistic world, but to say it a little more positively, we are adopting, and it will take certain time. So from a short term, yes, we can expect that there will be still, I would say, turmoil phase, and we cannot really resolve it into bringing it into a totally peaceful arena. We rather need to, in this storm time or this rainy time, need to look what do we want the world to look like after we adapt to this digital era. And I think going to this, we need to keep to certain principles. And the principles are just asking about the territorial integrity. I think that's crucial. We should not really compromise certain values. We should not compromise certain values, because those values we developed over the time through experience, like freedom or territorial, setting the territories. I mean, that was agreed. It was paid a high price for the way the world was designed. Also, the territories were designed the way they are. So if we want to just kind of throw it over the board, that would be very, very disrespecting to the sacrifice of the people of the generations that we live after in our territories where we are. So looking at the vision 2050, I think it's so important to really think about the principles. And speaking of the principles of the future world, because we see that the polarization is growing to the extent that everybody is annoyed. All the people are annoyed. And the crisis and the wars and the turmoils that we're facing, nobody really likes them, and it's causing actually more fear. So we need to establish principles that will depolarize, that will bring the good of the people, the win-win scenarios. And then it affects, of course, the diplomacy, it affects the economy, and I think we need to start to draw for the citizens of our countries a scenario where we say, we want you to live, and I speak now as a politician, we want you to live in a country where there's going to be safety, security, it's going to be great healthcare, it's going to be prosperity, it's going to be also some social securities. So for the, I would say, common good. And I think if we draw these kind of principles and then you introduce it to your populations in your countries, then I think we start to get to a different, I would say, direction of the world, and it will immediately not resolve immediate peace, but it will give a vision toward the future. So that's why, going back to your original question that you asked me, yes, it is influencing because we're trying to resolve only the next step, and that's not correct. We should not do, because this is like playing a chess. I don't know how many of you like to play chess, but sometimes you feel in the chess that you're doing good moves, but at the end of the day, it breaks your neck. And it's rather better to think of, okay, what's going to be the best kind of move at the end, so it could be a win game, rather than trying to resolve the immediate situation. So if we set up the principles in the correct way, and we start to speak about the principles of the future design or architecture of the world, and having in mind the price that was paid for the good principles that we already apply, as freedom, as territorial integrity, and I could go on, then I think we are starting to walk the good way. And I very much appreciate if we speak the short term, but let's speak of the short term always with the mind of the long term. And there is not many discussions on the long term around the world, and I think it's more and more needed to start to speak about the vision. Because at the end of the day, I tell you as a prime minister who was in the office during the 4 crises, we had COVID, we had starting war in the Ukraine, energy crisis, double-digit inflation. At one time, within 2 years. And at the end of the day, even within the EU, we were able to cope with it. It was a lot of crisis management. But when there is a real need, people unite. I never saw such a unity around the EU leaders as it was during the COVID and during the war in Ukraine. Because there was a great need, and of course we want to serve our nations. So sometimes the need creates also the answer because it brings the unity. But that doesn't resolve the long future. The long future must be drawn now in a clear, thoughtful process with kind of a distance from the current problems that we're facing, and rather designing, because the future will look like somehow, but we can design it. So let's design it together. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Reger. You've challenged us to have bold long-term visions to deal with our current problem, but to imagine a world for the next 25 years. And I will turn in that regard to Madame Dupuy. How do you think we could adapt or propose new solutions, regarding current issues that need to be solved in a long-term perspective, like climate change or mass migrations?
Thank you very much. I will begin by thanking the Kingdom of Morocco and His Majesty the King for hosting us in this beautiful city of Tanger, and Institut Amadeus for organizing Med Days and enabling us, allowing us to have this very unique platform, particularly around the theme of South-South cooperation, which is very important for countries like mine. I am aware we're shifting gears a little bit geographically. I am the only speaker here from my part of the world, so I will give a little bit of context before addressing the question. Haiti is a relatively large country in the Caribbean with a population of about 12 million. And to reflect the conversation from the former president of Macedonia, of the 12 million, over 70% are under 35 years old, 52% are women, and this population is spread across 27,750 square kilometers. We are the first nation born of a successful revolution led by enslaved people, to achieve their independence. As such, the fight for liberty, the fight for sovereignty, and the fight for dignity is very much ingrained in our DNA. And on this continent, in Africa, and on the American continent, we have fought alongside all oppressed people, all voiceless people, and the belief that every human being has the legitimate right to aspire to self-determination, to self-realization, and to autonomy. So when we today see our situation where our human dignity is baffled, not only at home, but in our diaspora, particularly in the Dominican Republic, where Haitians suffer gross human rights violations, it requires us to take a stop and ask how we got there. At home, Haitians are facing a security crisis, unprecedented security crisis, that is fueled by armed gangs, using weapons we do not produce, by drugs we do not produce nor consume. This situation is characterized by mass violence and has created a devastating humanitarian crisis. In my country, 5.5 million people, that's nearly half the population, is food insecure. 700,000 people are internally displaced, and over the past 3 weeks alone, 40,000 new people were displaced. All the school system is disrupted, and gangs are actively recruiting children as young as 12 years old to form their troops. In this context, we can say that the chronic degradation of the situation in Haiti is a testament of the international community's failure to address pressing issues in one particular country when over 160 conflicts are open across the world, but one conflict in one part of the world seems to monopolize all resources and strategies. It's important for us to remember that the situation in Haiti is the result of the aftershocks of conflicts around the world, but it also creates waves across the region and across the world. Point in case is, as you mentioned, the climate crisis. Haiti, like many SIDS countries and many of the Caribbean countries, is on the front line of the climate vulnerability. We bear the brunt of the burden of emissions we do not produce. We bear the brunt of the burden of disrupted rain patterns, of extended droughts, of the entire economy, agricultural economy being disrupted and communities being devastated, and we should not have to face this responsibility alone. The time for collective action is now. And when Haiti comes here or across platforms to ask for solidarity, we are not asking for charity. We are merely reminding the world of its duty to invest in a country that deserves its fair right in the human participation on the global scale. And investing in Haiti today and allowing Haiti to resolve this crisis is investing in a more equitable future, global future, for not only the region, for the entire world. The second front, of course, is the migration crisis. And I cannot address this point without saying that no Haitian wants to leave Haiti. It is my firm belief that if given the choice, every Haitian will choose to stay home, and those who have left will choose to return home. Haitians do not leave by choice or aspiration, they leave by desperation. And if countries like the United States invested half of their budget that they invest in border control and addressing the root causes of displacement, we would be far off. We do not create the conditions for this insecurity. We should not have to bear the cost of resolving it and not have to bear the cost of losing our brothers and sisters who have to cross by makeshift boats to go to neighboring countries alone. So if I can conclude on a thought, as I look around this room, and it looks like any room that I could be in Haiti, because it's filled with youth and opportunity and future and hope. And I would urge this Moroccan youth and anyone looking at home to not only stay connected with the world, to remember that we are part of a larger fabric that requires your voice, but to stay committed to the fight for human dignity as we rethink of a new world, rethink of reshaping this chaos into order. Human dignity remains the sine qua non condition in which we can all belong and participate. And only you, not AI, not current global leaders, only you hold the power to make sure that it remains at the center of the conversation and of the new world order. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madame Dupuy. You've mentioned that it's time for collective action, but in a few weeks' time, we will have an elephant coming back to a certain office, and I'd like to ask this last question to our last two panelists. What impact could Donald Trump's return to the US presidency have on international alliances and multilateral efforts to address global crisis? Maybe first, Mr. Melunas, if you'd like to answer this question.
Thank you very much. First of all, taking this opportunity, I would like to sincerely thank the organizers of this session and this event, great event, very timely, very needed. And if you would allow me, I think that our American friend would be better to answer a question about future American administration. And I would like to, taking this opportunity, to share some views on issues, problems we already discussed. So my first thesis is that describing existing situation globally, we have to use correct words. We have to name spade a spade. Let me give a few examples. We say that we live in times of global chaos. We are facing some huge new challenges. Is that really correct? Pandemics or environmental issues or geopolitical tensions? Just have a look at world's history in 20th century. Pandemics, environmental challenges, geopolitical tensions, 2 world wars. It's in principle nothing new. The problem is, the issue is, the question is, are we ready to learn from our history? And are we ready to unite efforts? Are we ready for these united actions to tackle, to manage those issues? Then we speak about, in terms of geopolitical situation, about polycrisis. Yes, so many conflicts around the globe, but in fact I think we are facing one huge, major crisis. I name it autocratic world against the rest. Autocratic world led by such autocratic powers like Russia and China. They don't like existing world order. And actually that is the narrative that we need, new world order. Existing world order is great. It's based on international law. United Nations Charter is great global document approved by all member states some many years ago. So I don't think we need a new world order, which in a way autocrats think would mean establishing world order based on so-called jungle law, which means only might makes right. What we need today to unite our efforts to protect existing world order based on the international law. Then speaking about, are we ready to name spade a spade? Ukraine. You hear many times nowadays and in this event such terminology like Ukraine conflict, war in Ukraine, Ukraine crisis, Ukraine situation. Is that correct? Absolutely not. We have to name spade a spade. It's genocidal war, Russia's genocidal war against independent, sovereign Ukraine. Why I'm saying genocidal war? Russia today deny right of Ukrainians, of the state of Ukraine, of Ukrainian nation to exist. They say publicly, such country like Ukraine is just artificially created. It has no right to exist. Ukrainian nation has no right to exist. So it's genocidal war. And it's not the first attempt by Russians to exterminate Ukrainians. Just one example, man-made famine, Holodomor in 1932, 1933, initiated by Russian dictator Stalin. More than 4 million Ukrainians died at that time. So, as I said, we have to name spade a spade. And then maybe we can find better solutions how to manage all those issues, all those crises, and encourage ourselves to stop aggressors, to prevent them from changing existing world order. And in the end, just in few sentences, answering to your previous question, how individual states, sovereign states, adapt their strategies. So Lithuania's example, security and economy. Security, in last 3 years, we almost doubled our defense spendings from 2% of GDP to 3.7%. And enhance cooperation with our partners, allies, first of all, in the framework of NATO. And if there is a need, we are ready to move forward to invest much more in our defense and security. Now, speaking about economy and resilience, that's, again, great point for further discussion. Lithuania, as our neighboring country, Estonia, was for many years occupied by Russians. We regained independence 35 years ago, in 1990. At that time, we were 100% dependent economically and energetically on Russia because we were occupied by Russians. So we imported 100% of gas, of oil, and almost 60% of energy from Russia. We exported more than 80% of our production to Russia, to country which is autocratic today, which is totalitarian country. What we have today, we built our national oil terminal, LNG terminal, invested a lot in renewables. So today we are 100% independent from Russia. We are importing no oil, no gas, no electricity from Russia. We import gas from United States and Norway. We import oil from Saudi Arabia. We import some electricity from Sweden, and our economy is doing well. With regard to Lithuanian origin export, our export goes mainly to like-minded countries, more than 90% of goods and 90% of services. With regard to foreign direct investments, 98% of foreign direct investments in Lithuania came from like-minded countries. So I believe, yes, Lithuania is a small country, 3 million population, but I believe this is a good example to follow, how to increase resilience.
Thanks a lot, thanks a lot. You've mentioned, Mr. Malunas, that nowadays there is one major crisis or major risk, that is the rise of autocratic powers that don't like the current world order but prefer jungle law. In the past, Donald Trump has expressed his admiration for autocrats and strong leaders. And Mr. Lute, as the last speaker, you may not have an easy position here. Should we be worried about Mr. Trump's return to the presidency?
So let me join other panelists in thanking His Majesty for hosting this and for the invitation to be here. And this is an especially important format because it's not dominated by the United States and European powers, but by the global South. So I, as an American, I've taken a lot of notes. This is a wonderful format. Before I get to Donald Trump, and I will share some personal thoughts on what we might expect, I want to reflect on my Lithuanian colleagues' comments just now. For all the young people in the audience, he made some very important points. First of all, why is today different? Are we really, as some global leaders say, at a historic point? And what's pushed us from transition to chaos? Why is it chaos? And I think fundamentally, it's because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. I think that was the catalytic event. And so when President Joe Biden says that we're at a historic moment, I think that's the event that marked this historic shift and is pushing us towards chaos. And I say that because the second article of the UN Charter captures the values that others have mentioned here. And this is fundamentally, these are the cornerstones of the global order, right? Territorial integrity and national sovereignty. This says essentially that nation states get to choose whether they're going to associate with others and so forth, and that nation states should be secure in their national borders. And it's the Russian invasion of Ukraine that challenges those two cornerstones of the existing order. Now look, even without the invasion of Ukraine, the world order was in transition. We were moving from a post-World War II bipolar world through, after the breakup of the Soviet Union, what some would argue was a unipolar world with the United States having overwhelming power. Gradually, I think, we've been moving towards a multipolar world. And that transition is going to happen. But I think it's been accelerated and it's been amplified by this catalytic event, the invasion of Ukraine. So don't miss that. And for the young people in the room, go back and reread the UN Charter. Before we throw out the UN, and as we talk about the potential for reform of the UN, perhaps rebalancing this power structure between the Security Council and the General Assembly, don't throw it all out. Article 2 is the very foundation of stability. Now, I wish I could offer a very promising, uplifting, hopeful view from Washington. I didn't bring this view with me from Washington. But let me try to explain some of what I believe we will experience from Washington in the next sort of 6 to 12 months. First of all, it's obvious that with any change of to a new president, a new administration, just as is the case in I think all our countries, we can expect new players. And the Donald Trump team is being announced, right? It's being laid out. And so this is very normal. This would happen no matter who's elected president, and would happen in most of our countries in much the same way. So the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the Director of Central Intelligence, and so forth. And this transition will take place over the next 3 to 6 months. I think this transition will be a bit more turbulent than other American presidential transitions, because this administration is taking some steps which are not according to norms and conventional procedures. But first of all, transitions are transitions, and this is to be expected. Now, what about this team, the Donald Trump team? First of all, they have very little executive experience. There's very few of them who have actually run anything, and very few of them who have ever served in the executive branch of the US government. And as someone who spent 42 years in that world, it's a very different world than the business world, or Wall Street, or the media world. And so I expect that as this new team comes into office, they will bring with them their inexperience in governing. And I think that they will discover what many American political figures discover, which it is one thing to campaign, it is another thing to govern. And so there'll be a very sharp curve, what we in the States call a learning curve with regard to this new administration. Now, in traditional terms, the American government is protected by a system of checks and balances. In other words, our founding fathers, and unfortunately at that day, in those days, they were all fathers, okay, would not be so today. But they established by way of our Constitution some guardrails, some protections against an executive branch, a president, who is too powerful or seeks too much power. And typically these checks and balances are between the executive branch and our Congress, the legislature. So there are some constitutional guardrails against an overzealous, autocratic president. I think that this administration will challenge some of those guardrails, some of those conventional guardrails. And of course, the fact that the Republican Party brought to power not only Donald Trump, but holds both houses of our Congress, means that those guardrails are going to be in question, in challenge. There are some guardrails having to do with norms and regulations that are not constitutional based, but I think also those normal guardrails on executive power, those checks on executive power, will be challenged by this administration, much as the first Trump administration challenged many of the conventions. I think there's another guardrail, though, that maybe is not in the Constitution, but it's the guardrail of inexperience and perhaps even incompetence. And some of these nominees, I believe, will be limited in their ability to deliver on the rhetoric because simply they don't know how to govern. Now, I may be proven wrong, but that's my current assessment. I also think, a third point, that we should expect in a Trump administration that the team, so the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, so forth, that these positions will be turbulent. Remember that in Trump 1, in the first administration, there were 4 national security advisors in 4 years. It was a revolving door of senior administration officials. And that turbulence inside the administration is also a factor that leads to what may well appear from the outside looking in, and sometimes from the inside looking in, as chaotic. The final factor I'd mention in terms of what to expect has to do with the president-elect himself. A number of things. First of all, typically after an administration change, other powers, our allies, our opponents, our partners, look to Washington, D.C., the bureaucracy for stability. In some administrations, increasingly, others look to the White House for the word, right? What is the American policy? What we should expect in this administration is that you have to narrow your view even further and look to the Oval Office. This is not going to be a normal administration in terms of where the policies come from. Donald Trump will be the host of most of those policies himself. You can expect him to remain very transactional in a business deal sort of style, and that this style will lead him increasingly to bilateral deals, not multilateral. So many of our panels this week have dealt with the power of multilateralism and so forth. I think this is an administration that will value bilateral transactional relations. Finally, President-elect Trump, values unpredictability. He sees value in not being predictable. And he sees this internal to his own team, so there's unpredictability inside the Washington team, but also especially with allies, partners, and opponents. And he sees value in this because as he's unpredictable, everything has to turn to him. Everyone has to come to him for the decision. So this empowers himself by way of this unpredictability. And I don't think that will change. He's 78 years old. I'm sorry. Folks at that point in their lives don't typically have a change in life. So what to expect from Trump 2? Look to Trump 1. And I don't think we should expect that this administration will contribute to global order.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Lute. Time flies. It's really unfortunate because I would have liked to ask tons of questions to our panelists, and I guess you would have liked to ask a lot of questions since we have a lot of food for thought this morning, but the organizers would not be very happy if I were to start a new discussion for about an hour or two. So we will end here, and I would ask you to join me in congratulating and thanking our distinguished panelists for this masterful presentation. Thank you. Easy part for me. Thanks a lot, and have a good day.
Bonjour, bienvenue à cette session que j'ai le plaisir et l'honneur d'animer. Je m'appelle Ousmane Diaye, je suis journaliste, rédacteur en chef Afrique de TV5. Alors nous allons nous pencher sur la notion de Sud global. Est-ce deux blocs face à l'Occident? Est-ce une réalité? Comment tout cela est perçu? Nous aurons à peu près 1 heure de discussion avec nos panélistes, nos éminents panélistes, et après on essaiera de prendre 2 ou 3 questions de la salle. Alors, je vous présente rapidement nos intervenants, nos discutants. J'ai à ma gauche Dr Vaudou. Dr Vaudou est professeur de droit et de géopolitique à Sciences Po Paris. Elle a été par ailleurs ministre de la Justice dans son pays, l'Albanie. Alors avec nous aussi, Mankeur Ndiaye. Alors je vous le dis, le ministre Mankeur Ndiaye que vous avez vu dans le programme s'excuse et est empêché. Après, j'ai juste après Farid Chaïvaev. Farid Chaïvaev nous vient de l'Azerbaïdjan, Bakou, docteur en histoire de l'université d'Ottawa. Il dirige le Centre d'études des relations internationales de Bakou. Juste après, nous avons Milena Mihailovic. Milena Mihailovic nous vient de la Serbie. Elle dirige un think tank. Elle est directrice European Policy Center, think tank indépendant basé à Belgrade, capitale de la Serbie. Après, nous avons Jean-Christophe Bas. Jean-Christophe Bas a été directeur général adjoint de l'Alliance, alors je traduis peut-être mal, hein, l'Alliance démocratique, l'Alliance pour la participation citoyenne et démocratique au sein du Conseil de l'Europe. Il est fondateur et dirigeant, patron de Global Compass. Enfin, avec nous hein, dans cette discussion, excusez-moi, j'ai le général, hein, c'est après le général Trinquant que Dominique Trinquant, qui est général, qui est consultant, expert en relations internationales. Aujourd'hui, il a une longue expérience, notamment d'intervention. Il a dirigé des troupes de l'ONU un peu partout dans le monde. J'ai aussi Giovanni Romani. Giovanni Romani dirige et travaille au sein de l'OTAN, où il dirige le département au Moyen-Orient et Maghreb. Voilà, j'espère avoir été complet. Alors, ce que je propose, hein, c'est de commencer d'abord, parce que c'est un paradigme, hein, et comme tous les paradigmes sont assez discutables, donc je vais essayer de faire un premier tour de table, où l'idée c'est vraiment de nous donner votre approche d'abord du Sud global, qui est quand même une notion assez perçue différemment, selon qu'on est en Serbie, selon qu'on est en Azerbaïdjan, selon qu'on est à Paris. Et puis, essayer quand même de répondre à la question, est-ce qu'une réalité, est-ce que c'est le retour d'une sorte de guerre froide de blocs, ou est-ce qu'au final, c'est quelque chose d'assez artificiel? Alors je commence hein, dans l'ordre par professeur Vaudou, Tota Vaudou, ancien ministre de la Justice de l'Albanie et aujourd'hui professeur à Sciences Po Paris, et qui d'ailleurs est très intéressant parce que travaille sur l'Union européenne et je pense pourra nous dire des choses sur l'approche sud globale vue de l'UE. Professeur, it's for you.
Merci beaucoup, ça me fait vraiment très plaisir d'être ici et justement de répondre un petit peu à ces définitions. I'm going to pass to English just for the sake of everyone and the facility. Thank you. In general, to reflect first of all on the definition itself. I was very happy to be invited to this panel because the global south today, especially after the US election, is such a definition which we need to reflect upon. And it is true that while reading the news and while listening to the BRICS and all the other platforms related to the global south, it is very interesting to reflect on, will we be living a second Cold War? So the West versus the South. And what does it mean when more countries, such as the new countries demanding to be part, for example, of BRICS, Does it mean that they are going against the West? So we are living in such a dynamic area right now that, of course, we need to reflect upon, and it is up to us to actually define if this is going to be a war or an opportunity. So, of course, I cannot help but see it from the EU perspective because I work very much on this, but of course, there is a broader perspective to look at it. So while I was looking to all the projects, all the reforms which have been launched by the European Union to intensify the relations with the global South, we are talking just some days ago about Mercosur, about the trade agreement with some countries of South America, all the initiatives in Africa, so on and so forth. So we could tell that there is a willingness from the European Union perspective to actually work and intensify the relations with the global South. But does this mean that this is perfect? Of course not. So this is the moment for us to reflect upon all the possible communication and dialogue that we are actually feeding between the North and the South, between the Western powers and the rest of the world. Does it mean that from now on, especially looking on how bold the future president of the US is on the tariffs and so on, does this mean that this will be a war? So of course this depends on us. So while I was looking to some of the initiatives, allow me to mention very briefly the Global Gateway Initiative, which is related to the digital energy and transport. Global Europe, which is related to the development and international cooperation. Trade agreements and economic partnerships, green energy initiatives, scientific and technical cooperation. What is this for? What are these projects for? Of course, these are actually tackling real challenges that we are facing today. Climate change does not know if you are sitting somewhere in the West or in the South. It is a reality. It is happening despite so many others trying to convince us otherwise. So this means that there is a response and there is a necessity to work on this. These are the common challenges: global health, economic inequality, mass displacement. So, how can we tackle all this? I believe that despite all the platforms, all the projects that we can work on, it is important that we may focus on the essential thing, the citizens. The citizens are the ones who are voting and are deciding who will get into power. And what does this mean? We saw that during this year, more than half of the population in the world voted. And there were a lot who voted to go right, and that's fine. It's part of the history. We have seen many waves to the right or to the left. It doesn't matter. What matters most is to see, is there a real communication, a real channel between the citizens and the institutions? Have we lost our citizens on the way while launching all these reforms? I believe we did. Especially in the European Union, there were many surveys where the citizens were not even aware who was the president of the European Parliament or of the European Commission, and this is shocking in the first sight. But indeed, later on, while looking on how we have launched the dialogue, well, yes, it may not be so surprising. So I do believe, just the last word, I do believe that all these shaking waves and the social movements which are actually taking place are inviting us to reflect upon how we want to launch all these platforms and how you want to shape so that all these other alternative platforms such as BRICS and free trade agreements with in other continents may be an opportunity and not a competition or a trade war between the West and the South. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Farid Shayev, vous nous venez de l'Azerbaïdjan. Donc vous dirigez à Bakou le Centre d'études des relations internationales. Professeur Vaudot a parlé de l'approche de l'Union européenne. L'Azerbaïdjan a la particularité de n'être pas dans l'Union européenne, mais de ne pas être dans le Sud. Comment, à partir d'un pays comme l'Azerbaïdjan, vous percevez la notion de Sud global? Est-ce que vous pensez que c'est une dynamique qui vous concerne ou c'est une dynamique qui est plutôt sur l'Europe? Comment, depuis l'Azerbaïdjan, j'aimerais bien savoir comment vous vous situez en termes d'analyse et d'approche?
First of all, thank you very much. I thank host and also moderator. Try briefly outline kind of my intervention in three parts: historical perspective, then the agenda of Global South, and Azerbaijan's involvement. As you outlined, quite rightfully, Azerbaijan is not part of the Global West or collective West, but is not part of the Global South. We've been the part of the former Soviet Union. But increasingly, since our independence, we are moving toward non-alignment. As you know, we chaired non-alignment movement from 2019 to 2023, and that was one of the major pillar of our foreign policy. First of all, I would like, from the historical perspective, to say that I don't believe that we have now West and the rest as a sort of two fighting camps. Rather, it goes along with the traditional, it was before Cold War, bipolar United States, Soviet Union. Now we have much more multipolar picture. China, Russia, and occasionally Russian and Chinese agenda, they are not overlapping, where we have some different interests. But we have also increasingly influence of the regional actors, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, India, and some others. So this is a very diverse world. In terms of the Global South, again, if we look at the historical perspective, it not emerged after Cold War or yesterday. I would say the momentum was the 1960s, 50s, it's the decolonization. So that's why the agenda of the Global South is quite related to the fight for decolonization. Just I would like to outline several points, which is, I think we believe in the Global South trying key concerns. Thank you. It's development inequities and debt burdens, climate change impact, resistance to great power rivalry, and double standards, especially now with the war in Ukraine and in the Middle East, the refugees, white refugees, black refugees, and all this conversation in Europe. We see the discontent of Global South with the West, but still I don't think it is indeed we are going towards like the two camps, they're fighting. In terms of the further agenda of Global South and the role of Azerbaijan, because indeed in the 90s we've been subjected to occupation and aggression and we fight for territorial integrity, and all geopolitical events in our neighborhood, events in Georgia 2008 and now the war in Ukraine, we opted, if in 90s we spoke increasingly about Euro-Atlantic integration, so as I said, we opted for non-alignment status. We promoted agenda of Global South in non-alignment movement. And during COP29, we just finished, yesterday I spoke about the outcomes. We try to increasingly advocate for the financial assistance to developing countries, lost and damaged funds. I know there is with discontent with the $300 billion the pledge from developed nations to vulnerable countries, but still I think it's at least something we reached at the COP29. So this is the issue: climate, development, debt burden, and I believe one of the issues is to remain outside of the global power rivalry. Thank you.
Mihaela Mihailovic, vous nous venez de Serbie, de Belgrade, vous dirigez l'European Policy Center à Belgrade. Pour moi qui suis africain, et comme le disait notre ami de Farid Chayev, qui vient d'Azerbaïdjan, qui a fait un rappel historique sur le mouvement des non-alignés. Pour moi qui suis africain, les non-alignés, c'est Tito, donc la Serbie, ancien pays de l'ex-Yougoslavie. Tito est un des initiateurs et un des fondateurs avec Nehru du mouvement des non-alignés. Chayev nous explique que la position de l'Azerbaïdjan est plutôt dans le non-alignement. Comment vous, à partir de la Serbie, de Belgrade, qui est quand même un symbole fort du mouvement des non-alignés, voyez, percevez-vous ce débat sud global versus Europe versus Occident?
Osman, merci beaucoup pour cette question. Je vais continuer en anglais. C'est un peu plus facile pour moi. So yes, indeed, Serbia is probably the most famous for its historical participation in the socialist Yugoslavia, which led the non-aligned movement and which kind of still influences Serbia's position in the world, although as a small country of right now, a bit more than 6.5 million people. We have a very shrinking population, unfortunately. Of course, we cannot even compare the position of Serbia today to the position that old Yugoslavia had during the Cold War. But as I said, consecutive governments in Serbia are trying to maintain this neutral, especially a militarily neutral position. So Serbia today is not a politically neutral country, but militarily it is so. So all of our neighbors, almost all of our neighbors today are already members of the NATO, whereas for Serbia this has been a strategic decision not to join the NATO, which is of course not only related to this tradition of non-alignment, but also to the fact that in 1999 Serbia was bombed by the NATO during the military campaign that was launched to stop the war in then southern Serbian province of Kosovo. And today Serbia has a so-called four-pillar foreign policy, which basically attempts to balance out the relations and influences with all parts of the world. And at the same time, as a candidate for EU membership, of course, the country is striving towards joining the so-called global West, but I think that Serbia's position illustrates well the complexities and the nuances of these divisions, and actually also the inadequacy of these kinds of divisions today. And basically, over the past decades, and especially since the start of Russia's aggression on Ukraine, Serbia's foreign policy position has become more and more unsustainable. Serbian leadership has been often criticized, especially by Western leaders, that they cannot sit on 2, 3, 4 chairs at the same time. So this pressure to join a certain camp has been increasing, and the divisiveness of the international relations has really been felt very, very strongly in Serbia. So today, for example, I can just illustrate, although we have been a candidate for EU membership since 2012, this orientation towards accession to the EU was proclaimed already in 2001 after the democratic well, revolution in a way in the country, which brought down the former socialist regime of Slobodan Milosevic, which launched all the wars in the Western Balkans. I won't go into that, it's a highly complex topic. But despite the fact that the country is trying to join the European Union, Serbia's foreign policy depends a lot on support from Russia and China, and this is particularly related to the relationship between Serbia and this former province of Kosovo, which today is an independent state. And at the same time, for example, Serbia is trying, the war in Ukraine, I think, illustrates well these complexities and difficulties for a country like Serbia in trying to balance the relations and influences with the major powers from all blocs. The country is, the formal foreign policy has aligned with the EU and the West on all UN resolutions related to the war in Ukraine, but at the same time the government in Serbia has been reluctant to impose sanctions on Russia, and in that sense it remains with most of the global South in terms of its position. Very similar situation is when it comes to, for example, EU's foreign policy decisions related to China. So I think that at this point, what kind of the Serbian case illustrates well is that the complexities, the increasing tensions, the increasing global tensions and conflicts are making it more and more unsustainable and unattainable to remain in these neutral positions. We have recently seen that as a result of the war in Ukraine, several EU countries, EU members, which were not previously part of the NATO, have now sort of been pushed into the NATO because of the security concerns. So divisions into camps are more stronger and stronger, but what is particularly concerning is that in this increasingly multipolar, but I would also say even chaotic world, the respect for the international institutions is going down. And the crisis of the UN system is illustrating this very well. We now, I mean, in the past, usually the global West was complaining that countries of the East and South were not aligning with some UN decisions, but nowadays we see that all of the major powers are increasingly ignoring the UN system, and this, I think, is the major concern we need to be thinking about.
Thank you, Milena. On le voit, hein, la question de la guerre de l'Ukraine, le retour de la guerre en Europe est une question centrale dans ce débat. Donc la question militaire et la question des enjeux de la présence militaire et de ses formes est centrale. Nous avons la chance d'avoir avec nous le général Dominique Trinquant, qui a fait carrière au sein de l'armée française, qui a dirigé aussi des troupes des Nations Unies, qui est aujourd'hui expert militaire international, d'où le point de vue intéressant. Quel est, enfin, au vu de ce background d'expert des questions sécuritaires, des questions militaires, comment percevez-vous cette notion du Sud global? Est-ce que c'est une opposition avec l'Europe? C'est une continuité? Comment percevez-vous la position des pays que j'appellerais un peu tiers, comme la Serbie ou comme l'Azerbaïdjan, comme vient de l'expliquer le professeur Farid? Général Dominique Trinquant.
Merci beaucoup. Alors je pense, avant de passer à un sujet militaire, qu'il faut revenir à des sujets de réalité. Et il n'existe pas de bloc à l'Est comme à l'Ouest. Je vais vous donner des exemples. Les BRICS, dont je dis en plaisantant que c'est fait un peu de briques et de broc, est-ce que l'Inde est d'accord avec la Chine? Est-ce que l'Arabie Saoudite est d'accord avec l'Inde? Non. Ils sont d'accord sur une chose, c'est la fin de l'unilatéralisme américain et de la puissance américaine, oui. Mais sur les autres sujets, il y a peu de points communs. Deuxièmement, quand on a tendance à dire à l'Ouest, on ne bouge pas le petit doigt de la couture du pantalon, comme on dit dans l'armée, je voudrais juste rappeler qu'en 2003, et j'étais aux Nations Unies, au Conseil de sécurité, la France s'est opposée à la volonté américaine de faire la guerre en Irak. Donc ça veut dire que dans ces ensembles, il peut y avoir des points de vue différents et qui doivent s'exprimer, et il est logique qu'ils s'expriment. Et donc je pense qu'on a tort de croire qu'on parle de bloc. Et c'est pour ça que je réfute le ralliement immédiat. je réfute le ralliement immédiat à des alliances militaires. Je vous explique par exemple l'Alliance Atlantique, l'OTAN, est une alliance, je le rappelle, qui est défensive, dont je considère qu'elle a fait une grave erreur en allant en Afghanistan, qui s'est terminée par une déroute complète. M. Poutine a attaqué l'Ukraine, menace indirectement l'OTAN, il a ressuscité l'OTAN. Le président Macron, le président français, avait dit « l'OTAN est en état de mort cérébrale ». Et c'était vrai à cette époque-là, puisqu'elle n'avait plus de raison d'être, mais la raison d'être que j'ai connue avant 1990, c'est-à-dire face au pacte de Varsovie, est revenue face à la Russie. Donc, mais c'est un point particulier. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'aujourd'hui, les États-Unis, qui s'intéressent plus à la Chine, s'intéressent moins à l'Europe, et que l'Europe a nécessité de se conforter, de se renforcer pour avoir sa vision, qui n'est pas toujours la vision américaine. Je rappelle que sur la Chine, les Européens n'ont pas la même vision que les Américains. Donc, moi, je réfute cette idée de deux blocs. En revanche, les rapports de force ont changé. Les gens qu'on appelait le Sud global, les non-alignés, les BRICS, etc., représentent en termes de population, de PIB, des puissances qui n'ont rien à voir avec ce qu'elles étaient il y a 30 ans. Et il faut en tenir compte. Et donc, les rapports entre ces pays et ces ensembles, que je n'appelle pas des blocs, ont fondamentalement changé. Et je voudrais faire un petit aparté, puisque vous avez gentiment rappelé que j'avais porté beaucoup le casque bleu, sur l'ONU. L'ONU, c'est l'endroit où, à l'Assemblée générale, 194 pays se réunissent et sont capables de se parler. Et ça, c'est essentiel. En revanche, il y a quelque chose qui ne fonctionne pas aujourd'hui, c'est sa gouvernance. Le Conseil de sécurité, je rappelle, 15 membres, 5 permanents, 10 élus, décident pour l'ensemble de décisions qui ont valeur juridique, alors que l'Assemblée générale, qui prend des décisions, je voudrais rappeler au passage que le 23 février 2023, une décision a été prise par l'Assemblée générale de condamner l'agression russe en Ukraine. 142 pays l'ont voté. C'est les 3/4 de l'Assemblée générale quand même. Hein. On ne le rappelle pas assez. Donc quand on dit que tout le monde trouve que la Russie a raison, je me pose des questions en regardant les votes. Mais en revanche, sur le Proche-Orient, veto américain, sur l'Ukraine, veto russe. Donc cette gouvernance ne fonctionne pas. Et ça commence par la représentativité. Au sein du Conseil, il faudrait maintenant, je crois qu'il y a un consensus à peu près pour qu'il y ait 2 pays africains qui soient membres permanents. La seule question, c'est quel pays? Donc il faut que l'Afrique se décide, c'est le premier point. Et puis peut-être l'Asie. Donc c'est la gouvernance à revoir. Et les espaces de dialogue, un peu comme nous sommes ici, à Tanger, sont nécessaires pour comprendre nos différences, mais aussi nos points communs, et arrêter de croire qu'il y a 2 blocs qui s'affrontent. Dans ces blocs, il y a beaucoup de différences. Je l'ai dit pour les BRICS, je le dis aussi pour l'Ouest, l'Europe et les États-Unis, qui n'ont pas toujours les mêmes intérêts. Voilà.
Merci, Général Dominique Trinquant. Vous avez parlé de l'OTAN. Nous avons la chance d'avoir Giovanni Romani qui dirige le département MOE, Maghreb Moyen-Orient de l'OTAN. D'abord, je vous fais réagir tout de suite. Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord avec le général Trinquant que c'est le grand retour de l'OTAN? Et puis, est-ce qu'à l'OTAN, vous considérez qu'il n'y a pas de blocs ou que les blocs sont multiformes, difformes?
Merci beaucoup. Je vais m'exprimer en anglais. Yes, I do agree with the general. We live in a world which is very complex. There's a geostrategic landscape with security challenges that have no borders. There are no national borders, no regional borders. Some challenges are global, like climate change, and everything is heavily interconnected. So when we talk about West and Global South, of course, NATO will be placed in the, following the logic of the title, will be placed in the basket of the West. Should we close? Okay, thank you. Yeah. But you know, we have even member states like Turkey that have been interacting with the BRICS. So it wouldn't even be so black and white, I would say. But when we challenge the paradigm of the UN Charter, for example, that of course is something very risky, because the UN Charter is the beacon. It is the international organization that represents all nations. It should focus, as the General mentioned, on improving maybe the governance, but we must have a rules-based international order. We must have international rules which are followed by everybody, otherwise we go towards chaos, and that of course needs to be absolutely avoided. So from a NATO perspective, our approach is multilateral. We have a 360-degree posture. We collaborate with partners, almost 40, some of which are actually members of BRICS. And so it is not like something that cannot happen, that actually we have a good collaboration also on a theme of security between countries which are placed, let's say, in this block. I don't like this definition of Global South, but certainly there is, I'm in charge of Middle East and Africa, so it's an area where there is strategic competition. That is for sure. And NATO competitors are Russia, China, Iran, and it's clear that every country, and let me underline, every country that is sovereign in their choices, which all of them could be, pursues its national interest in its foreign relations. And very often this is a balancing act. Not everybody has actually the luxury of having the umbrella of Article 5 like NATO members. So basically we live as NATO in this environment in which we try to do our best in the spirit of mutual benefit to contribute to stability and to global security together with our partners. And let me also underline how in an approach that has been reinforced at the last summit in Washington, we are more and more kind of engaging, for example, with international organizations. And we have identified like 3 which are regional, with which we want to strengthen our relationship. They are the League of Arab States, the African Union, the Gulf Cooperation Council, which are all, like again, following the logic of the title, in the basket of the other bloc. But actually, it is, I think, in everybody's interest to approach these global challenges with a different spirit, which is not actually to be divided. Thank you.
Merci. Alors, nous avons avec nous Jean-Christophe Bas qui a fondé et dirigé Global Compass. Mais quand je vois votre parcours, votre background, il est très intéressant parce que vous vous êtes occupé de questions de citoyenneté, il y a une certaine multilatéralité, vous avez travaillé pour l'Alliance des civilisations de l'ONU, l'UNESCO, l'Institut Aspen. Est-ce que, de votre point de vue, donc très proche quand même des sociétés civiles et des questions de citoyenneté, est-ce que vous dites comme le général Trinquant, bon, il faut sortir de ces logiques de blocs, ils n'existent pas? Est-ce que vous êtes, comme nous l'a démontré le professeur Vaudot, qu'il faut construire l'Union européenne, une sorte de pacte, une sorte de politique dédiée à ces zones du Sud? Quelle est votre approche de la question Sud globale, réalité? Peut-être pas.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur le modérateur, je crois que beaucoup de choses ont déjà été dites. Ce que je voudrais peut-être, pour essayer de répondre à votre question et à l'ensemble de la question de ce panel, je crois qu'il faut peut-être remettre les choses dans leur contexte. Il y a à l'évidence aujourd'hui une situation où quasiment chaque semaine ou chaque mois s'ouvre un nouveau front, un nouveau conflit, de nouvelles menaces, qu'elles soient de toute nature. Et il y a une sorte d'escalade à laquelle nous assistons qui nous mène, d'une certaine façon, un peu au bord du précipice. Et cette situation, elle a été créée, à l'évidence, par la guerre en Ukraine, qui a été, on pourrait le dire d'une certaine façon, l'ouverture de la boîte aux Pandore. C'est-à-dire, à partir de là, tout a été permis des conflits anciens ou gelés ont été ravivés, et toute une série de phénomènes se sont produits qui font qu'aujourd'hui, qu'on soit au nord, qu'on soit au sud, ou qu'on soit, comme on le dit ici, à l'ouest ou dans le Global South, on a conscience qu'effectivement, on est relativement au bord du précipice. Et j'aurais tendance à penser que, enfin, à faire une sorte d'analogie pour dire que finalement, c'est peut-être notre chance. Et que dans les mois qui viennent, d'une certaine façon, le monde est à la croisée des chemins. C'est-à-dire que soit cette escalade continue, et là, à l'évidence, nous allons à la, pas dire la destruction, mais peut-être à certaines formes de destruction, ou alors il peut y avoir un sursaut. Et alors, je vais peut-être faire preuve d'angélisme. Vous avez dit que j'ai travaillé pour un certain nombre de grandes organisations internationales qui sont un peu accusées d'une certaine forme d'angélisme. Mais après tout, je crois que si on n'a pas une part de rêve ou si on ne fixe pas des horizons lointains, c'est très difficile d'arriver à prendre de la hauteur. Et cette discussion s'inscrit, nous sommes à quelques semaines de l'année 2025, qui est le 80e anniversaire de la création des Nations Unies. Alors, tout le monde aujourd'hui dit les Nations Unies, ça ne sert plus à rien, ça a 80 ans, c'est complètement dépassé, etc., etc. Alors oui, et Dominique Trinquant le disait très justement, il y a une énorme crise de gouvernance. Mais ce qu'il faut, et je voudrais vraiment insister beaucoup là-dessus, c'est que les Nations Unies, ou la vision initiale des Nations Unies, et de ce que l'on pourrait appeler l'esprit de San Francisco en 1945, est d'une extraordinaire modernité. Qu'est-ce qu'on a voulu fixer comme objectif il y a 80 ans au sortir de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale et d'avoir été là aussi au bord du précipice? On a fixé deux grands objectifs, la paix et le développement. Or, la paix et le développement, là encore, si je regarde the West versus the Global South, eh bien, restent d'une extraordinaire pertinence pour l'ensemble de la planète, au-delà des divisions des cultures, au-delà des divisions des religions, au-delà des divisions idéologiques. Je pense qu'il y a comme corpus commun à l'ensemble de l'humanité la volonté de paix et de stabilité et la volonté de développement. Et je crois qu'il faut garder ce cap et justement revenir à l'esprit de San Francisco, à l'esprit de la charte initiale des Nations Unies, en ayant présent à l'esprit qu'il y a eu une sorte de dévoiement, c'est-à-dire qu'on a beaucoup travaillé et on a fait des progrès extraordinaires dans ces deux directions, la paix et le développement, et qu'on a peut-être mis, et c'est peut-être la responsabilité de l'Ouest, on a cru aussi qu'il fallait, et j'approuve complètement, mais je peux penser qu'on puisse avoir des différences d'âge, des différences de perspective, que les notions de gouvernance, les notions de respect des droits ne sont pas les mêmes selon les cultures. N'oublions pas que la déclaration qui a fait l'objet de la création des Nations Unies a été signée par 48 pays. Il y avait un seul pays africain qui était signataire, un seul, parce que l'ensemble des pays africains étaient représentés par les puissances coloniales. Et donc aujourd'hui, eh bien, il y a un contexte qui est complètement différent, et je crois qu'il faut profiter peut-être de cette opportunité d'être au bord du précipice pour avoir une discussion et de remettre sur la table les fondamentaux d'une nouvelle gouvernance, de dire, eh bien voilà, il faut peut-être aussi réinventer l'universel, et si ça n'est pas l'universel, c'est réinventer ce qui nous met, ce qui fait que nous voulons être sous le même toit, comme une seule et même humanité. Il y a eu, et c'est mon dernier mot, je crois qu'il y a eu dans le monde occidental, au cours des 20 ou 30 dernières années, qui ont suivi notamment la chute du mur de Berlin et la fin de la guerre froide, à la fois un mélange d'arrogance, en disant, voilà, nous avons imposé notre vision du monde, et puis aussi, je crois, d'une grande paresse intellectuelle, c'est-à-dire de ne pas vouloir comprendre qu'il y avait des aspirations très différentes qui s'exprimaient dans différentes parties du monde, et qu'il fallait effectivement réouvrir la discussion, avoir une conversation globale sur une nouvelle vision partagée pour le XXIe siècle.
Alors, j'aime beaucoup l'expression conversation globale, sud global, et je vais me permettre, parce que Jean-Christophe va à poser la perspective et les jalons, de vous poser une toute petite question, une dernière question. Est-ce que vous pensez que finalement le sud global, comme le propose Jean-Christophe Bas, peut être une sorte de on rebat les cartes pour construire quelque chose de très positif, hein, qui est l'objectif vers la paix? Est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui milite dans ce sens, où l'affrontement est un peu inévitable avec la volonté, on le voit clairement, des pays dits du Sud global d'affronter l'Occident? Est-ce que l'affrontement dans les deux blocs peut être évité? Est-ce que même il peut y avoir un renversement de perspective? Qui veut répondre, formuler quelques propositions peut-être? Professeur Vaudot.
Oui, merci beaucoup. En fait, cela dépend de nous. C'est vraiment un momentum crucial parce que, en fait, on peut le voir dans les deux côtés. D'un côté, on peut le voir vraiment comme une rivalité, comme une compétition, et de l'autre côté, on peut le voir évidemment comme une opportunité. C'est-à-dire que ensemble, on peut se décider. Eh bien, il y a des conflits en cours. Ça suffit de garder, par exemple, toutes les dynamiques internes à l'intérieur de BRIC. On peut voir que la Chine avec l'Inde, avec les conflits territoriaux qu'ils ont en cours, eh bien, il y a pas mal de désaccords. C'est-à-dire qu'il n'y aura jamais une plateforme internationale, peu importe le statut légal, qui va faire que tous ses membres à l'intérieur vont se mettre d'accord sur tout. Donc, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a eu de conflits territoriaux dans plein d'autres alliances. On peut le voir que même dans l'histoire de l'élargissement de l'Union européenne, eh bien, il y a eu de désaccords territoriaux avant que certains pays devenaient membres de l'Union européenne. Eh bien, on peut le voir, par exemple, à l'intérieur de BRIC, comme certains pays, ils sont en train d'évaluer si faire partie ou pas. La Turquie a déclaré ouvertement qu'on peut être allié avec l'Ouest qu'avec avec l'Est, donc évidemment avoir tous ces avantages. On peut voir l'Argentine qui s'est retirée de BRIC. Donc, enfin, il y a vraiment un momentum pour déclarer tout ça. Moi, je le vois comme une opportunité pour faire en sorte que tous ces pays qui, jusqu'à maintenant, ils ont eu une dépendance de l'Ouest, eh bien, il peut y avoir d'autres plateformes à développer avec deux pays voisins ou d'autres alliances régionales pour développer ces dynamiques.
Général Trinquant, puis Milena. Trinquant et Milena.
Yes, I would like to
Bon,
say
Milena d'abord. Vous permettez, Général? Allez. It's okay for you.
Just briefly to say that I think that at this point we need to see which are the countries that can actually lead the world towards a reform and increasing respect for the multilateralism in the world. Right now, I would say that, for example, South Africa is the beacon of hope because it is the country that managed to bring a case against Israel for the war in Gaza. And it has actually brought to the light of the entire globe. And I think that now these kind of, the double standards of the global West are becoming more and more visible, and the position of the global West is becoming more and more divided. We see that the European Union has been completely divided on the issue of Gaza. So we have a genocide unfolding before our eyes in the middle of the Middle East. And we have the global West ignoring the UN, ignoring the international courts, while we have the countries of the global South leading the processes which are trying to keep up the respect for the human rights and for the international conventions to which all of these countries, well, most of these countries are a party. So I think that we really need to observe how these dynamics are changing, and I think that if the global West wants to retain its position in the international relations, these kind of double standards, they need to just not be there anymore in the future.
Bon, elle pose une question importante, hein, et je vois que le général Trinquant n'est pas peut-être d'accord sur tout. Alors, je le dis parce que il faut que je le dise, bon, on avait prévu le ministre Mankeur Ndiaye pour peut-être être une au regard du Sud, hein, parce que quand même le regard est assez du Nord, mais je suis content que vous souleviez la question du double standard, parce qu'au final, en tout cas dans le Sud global, en Afrique, moi que je connais un peu mieux, l'un des soubassements, l'un des moteurs de cette idée de se mettre en bloc, c'est le double standard. Hein. Les pays veulent s'organiser parce qu'ils ont l'impression, peu ou prou, que l'Occident impose une sorte de standard à géométrie variable. Général Trinquant.
Oui, avant de mon propos, simplement en réponse à ce propos-là, je voudrais rappeler qu'il n'y a pas globalement l'Ouest qui soutient le sujet au Proche-Orient. Regardez ce qui se passe en Europe. Il n'y a pas un pays européen qui est d'accord. Vous en avez beaucoup qui soutiennent la Palestine et quelques-uns qui soutiennent Israël. Donc c'est faux de dire qu'il y a un global Ouest qui soutient ce qui se passe actuellement au Proche-Orient. C'est faux de le dire, il faut le rappeler. Simplement, quand je parle des changements de rapport de force, moi je suis assez sur la ligne optimiste de Jean-Christophe Bas. Je dis simplement qu'il n'y a pas seulement les rapports de force qui ont changé, il y a l'utilisation de la force qui a changé. Et ça, c'est un militaire qui vous le parle. Quand on rentre dans la dynamique de la guerre, il est très difficile d'en sortir. Et donc, le problème, c'est que les rapports de force doivent être traités d'une autre façon et faire comprendre que ça n'est pas possible de traiter ça par l'usage de la force. On doit le traiter par le dialogue et par le droit. Et donc, faire très attention, parce qu'effectivement, vous le disiez tout à l'heure, la guerre en Ukraine a changé la donne. Pourquoi? Parce qu'un membre permanent du Conseil de sécurité a décidé de traiter son problème en utilisant la force. Et la réussite de son opération à lui pourrait tout changer, si on s'aperçoit que ça marche. La même chose au Proche-Orient.
Est-ce que ça marche?
Alors, aujourd'hui, moi, comme vous le savez, le président Zelensky a pris la parole hier en disant qu'on ne gagnera pas militairement, qu'il faudra négocier, etc. Je pense que aujourd'hui, cette guerre est un suicide à court terme pour l'Ukraine et à moyen terme pour la Russie. Ne nous faisons pas d'illusions, c'est extrêmement dur pour la Russie. Et donc je pense qu'à terme, la guerre arrive à une annulation de tous les gains que l'un et l'autre pourraient avoir. Donc la guerre, je rappelle, les Nations Unies, nous, peuple des Nations Unies, refusons la guerre. C'est comme ça que ça commence la Charte des Nations Unies. C'était après la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. Donc faire attention au dérapage et au cycle de la violence.
Je vois que Jean-Christophe Bas voulait rajouter quelque chose. Après, si vous
oui, très brièvement, merci beaucoup. Pour dire, je crois qu'il faut sortir de cette atmosphère de cours de récréation, en disant c'est ta faute, non c'est ta faute, non c'est ta faute, non c'est ta faute. Je pense qu'il y a une responsabilité partagée, que des erreurs ont été commises de part et d'autre, et je crois que nous sommes, en tout cas dans le monde occidental ou dans l'Ouest, tout à fait prêts à reconnaître un certain nombre d'erreurs. Il y a eu d'autres erreurs qui ont été commises, et donc c'est pour ça que je crois que on peut à l'infini je dirais se reprocher des erreurs. On peut aussi dire que c'est relativement un peu ironique de dire que c'est un certain nombre de grands pays très autocratiques qui demandent à démocratiser la gouvernance globale. Et donc qui commence peut-être déjà à la maison, et puis après... mais encore une fois, je pense qu'il faut créer les conditions de cette global conversation. Et vous avez mentionné que j'ai passé plusieurs années à l'Alliance des civilisations des Nations Unies. On avait développé ce slogan, moi je trouve qu'il était très parlant, qui était « to agree on how to disagree ». Et à partir du moment où effectivement on a eu une conversation, et que même si on n'est pas d'accord, mais on a eu une conversation, et on peut comprendre et respecter qu'il y ait des différences. Et c'est ça qui, je crois, qui nous manque aujourd'hui. Je pense également qu'il faut qu'on sorte de cette espèce de climat, de ce qu'on appelle maintenant le piège de Thucydide, c'est-à-dire cette anxiété que le monde occidental a par rapport à l'émergence. C'est une absurdité. Il y a simplement un rééquilibrage du monde, et il faut tenir compte de ce rééquilibrage. Et après tout, ça n'est pas un drame si effectivement il y a effectivement ce rééquilibrage. Pardon.
Peut-être Farid Chaïvev, vous voulez dire quelque chose sur les propositions que vous avez entendues? Est-ce que vous adhérez à la proposition de Jean-Christophe Bas, par exemple, de la discussion globale à substituer à la logique d'affrontement?
not to repeat what been previously, but I think we agree that, yes, on one side, there is no two fighting camps, West and the rest, but there is the agenda for Global South, and I spoke, and some of my colleagues spoke about that. Now, in terms of the solutions for Global South, we can speak about double standards, you know, in a volume. That was the fact of our life for many decades, and right now. For example, you can say that Russia breached the international law by invading to Ukraine, but that the law, international law, was abused before that by other global powers too. So we're living in an increasingly world which is international law, at least as we know from this Second World War, is damaged, and basically we're speaking about failure. Now the solution, I think, lies in, first, we need to strengthen multilateralism through institutions, United Nations and some other. The second, I think, especially relevant for Global South, it's the decolonization. Yes, political decolonization more or less has finished with few territories, but economic decolonization, you know, look at the African continent, still the economic resources exploited by global powers, former colonies. So that is the problem, and we see reluctance of developed countries finance climate change and some others. So, and this is two agenda items which I believe very relevant. Thank you.
Thank you. Peut-être un mot, Giovanni Romanis, you want?
Well, I don't have much to add. What I wanted to underline is I hear this proposition and the spirit of taking into account, of course, the aspirations and the position of all the countries, including those that feel kind of that they're not completely part of what maybe they perceive as a West that has a prominent role. At the same time, we have to be careful with the risk of going in a direction in which actually you end up, as the title suggests, with two blocks in which narratives such as, and we heard this, like double standards or maybe the perception of a country as being forced to take sides is perceived in a way that at the end it leads to a confrontation rather than to an alliance or civilization that can actually tackle these problems altogether. And I can tell you that from a NATO perspective, and actually the General was mentioning that, there are several nuances among the member nations that even in the case of the conflict in the Middle East have very different positions. So there's just absolutely no block in one direction or another. They're actually nuanced position, and actually member states of NATO have taken very important steps, you know, towards, for example, Palestine, and NATO itself. The Secretary General has been calling for the respect of international law, the protection of civilians, of course the release of hostages, but also the end of the conflict, if anything, a ceasefire or the end of the conflict.
Thank you very much. Alors, on va prendre quelques questions de la salle avec, je vous en prie, de règles, qui vous êtes, d'où vous parlez, et une question, pas deux, parce qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps malheureusement, et une question par personne. Je vois là, deuxième rangée, madame, je ne sais pas s'il y a un micro qui circule en fait. Est-ce qu'il y a un micro dans la salle qui circule? Elle est là. Elle est là. Je ne vois pas à cause de la lumière, donc je me lève. Ouais, c'est ça. It's okay. Ah.
Hello. Yes. Hi, my name is Asma Abbas. I'm a political theorist and I'm also an educator. Yes, so thank you so much. I've been waiting for 2 days for anyone to mention Gaza. So Thank you. And thank you for actually taking the name of the word Palestine. So means a lot. Because thinking of languages of polycrises and democracy, all of these things, and I mean, I don't think democracy has come up until today, but it's often used as a term to kind of discipline everybody who's not democratic enough, right? It's never seen as a collective project. We're often told that certain states don't deserve certain things because they're not democratic, right? We have arguments for genocide made on behalf of the fact that a liberal democracy is committing genocide, so it's better than people standing up for themselves. All that said and done, I want to know what is, sort of, I'm a philosopher, I'm a teacher, I'm a writer. What does it take for an entire, like all these experts to come together and be alienated from reality in the same exact way? Like, I'm worried about that. I'm worried about conversations about this blog, because academics study the Global South in a very different way. We see it as not as a geopolitical reality alone. Multiple truths can be true at the same time, which is that yes, there's not a unified position, but that can also be an ambivalence that creates unimaginable kinds of insecurity in the world, that who do you turn to, right? So sometimes block making is not just only a matter of factions. So I will finish. But so the idea that the Global South is an outcome of, it's a concept that denotes a history of colonialism and continuing empire, has also been absent in these conversations, including today, because there's something so presentist about geopolitical conversations that seem like somehow this is the world we want to maintain, but I'm not sure, you know, it's really there. And so, of course, my great regard to you, and just wanted to kind of hear you more. Like, what does it feel to sit among all these people?
Please.
To be the one person to say the truth. Thank you.
Je vois une question juste derrière. Non, juste derrière à gauche, et après, vous, monsieur, en boubou.
Merci Ousmane. Je voudrais juste répondre à la dame pour dire qu'en parallèle, il y a une session sur les relations avec le monde arabe et Gaza est au cœur des sujets, qu'il y a aussi des intervenants palestiniens qui sont là dans différents ateliers, que hier dans certaines interventions où j'étais, il y avait aussi des représentants de la Palestine. J'aimerais m'adresser à Monsieur Ba, une question très précise. J'aimerais vous écouter de manière explicite et peut-être avoir aussi l'opinion du général Trinquant. Vous dites qu'en Occident, aujourd'hui, concernant la situation ou le conflit entre la Russie et l'Ukraine, certains pays occidentaux sont disposés à reconnaître leurs erreurs. Ça veut dire qu'il y a des pays en Occident aujourd'hui qui sont prêts à reconnaître que l'OTAN n'a rien à faire en Ukraine et qu'il n'y a pas besoin de piquer un peu plus la Russie. Merci. J'aimerais bien avoir vos avis à tous les deux.
Merci beaucoup. Il y avait monsieur en boubou violet ici. Il est là, en face, à côté.
Bonjour à tous. Moi, je m'appelle Delmas. Je viens de la Centrafrique, étudiant en 3e année des sciences économiques et de gestion de Tanger. Ma question est de savoir, je voulais m'adresser plus précisément au général Trinquant. Prenez par exemple une nation comme la France, avec tous les moyens que vous avez, toutes les dispositions que vous avez, mais l'armée française en Afrique n'arrive pas à maintenir la paix. Surtout, l'armée française, face à la rébellion, c'est toujours la rébellion qui gagne le terrain. On voit au Mali, au Burkina, plus précisément en Centrafrique. Et pourquoi aussi l'armée française continue toujours à imposer, les dirigeants français continuent toujours à imposer à nous les Africains, les chefs d'État, qui sont là pour défendre l'intérêt de la France. Merci beaucoup.
Alors, on va prendre là-bas, à l'extrême fond, au milieu, pour ne pas frustrer les gens. J'avais dit 3 questions, mais il y a beaucoup de... Là-bas, ouais. Là-bas, ouais. Le micro est derrière vous. Allez, voilà, vous l'avez. Et après, monsieur qui est à côté de vous, et je suis désolé, il faut que nos speakers aient le temps de répondre tout de même.
Voilà,
Rapidement, vraiment.
Merci beaucoup,
Mohamed.
M. Ndiaye. Voilà, c'est Mohamed, je suis journaliste à Maroc Diplomatique. Donc, mon intervention, je vais rester en fait sur le thème, parce qu'on parle de deux blocs, on a évoqué la problématique économique. Parce que si on parle du Sud global et l'Ouest et l'Occident, il y a le côté militaire qu'on a évoqué, le côté sécuritaire, mais ici il y a la dimension économique aujourd'hui. Si on regarde les BRICS avec leur avancement et qui pose la conditionnalité aujourd'hui de la gouvernance du FMI et de la Banque mondiale, ça veut dire qu'aujourd'hui il y a un déséquilibre sur le plan économique. Et donc si le Sud global aujourd'hui avance très bien au niveau de certains pays, c'est parce qu'en fait les pays africains en particulier ne se voient pas aujourd'hui dans le dispatching du financement des FMI et de la Banque mondiale. Donc, est-ce que, et là, en fait, je continue un peu, s'il vous plaît, et dans le prolongement de l'aspect financement, du financement et aussi le côté sécuritaire. Donc, le gars l'a évoqué, sur le côté sécuritaire, on voit que la France est en Afrique, il y a la Russie aussi qui vient aussi se positionner. Est-ce que réellement le Sud global n'a pas une raison vraie aujourd'hui de changer la donne sur le plan géopolitique? Merci beaucoup.
Et monsieur?
Ouais. Mohamed Zainabi, je suis rédacteur en chef de l'Observatoire du Maroc et de Pouvoir d'Afrique. Ma question est directe. Il y a des divergences à l'évidence selon les points de vue des différents intervenants, mais est-ce que le Nord comprend, perçoit le changement dans la jeunesse, les messages que porte la jeunesse dans le Sud global? Il y a énormément de nouvelles idées qui émergent et on entend toujours, quand on entend le Nord s'exprimer, un langage qui est en décalage avec le discours de la jeunesse, notamment en matière de la perception des rapports entre le Nord et le Sud. Je ne peux pas m'étaler, mais j'espère que...
On a bien compris,
oui, voilà.
chers
Merci.
confrères. Alors, je vous propose qu'on réponde le plus vite possible pour voir si on peut reprendre des questions, même si je ne suis pas très optimiste. Alors, je propose que chacun de vous réponde, en commençant par le général Trinquant, parce qu'il y a eu beaucoup de questions qui lui ont été adressées directement.
Oui, merci beaucoup, et merci pour ces questions. Et je commencerai par la dernière question, pour arriver à votre question. Je crois que ce qui se passe en Afrique aujourd'hui, il y a une explosion démographique, vous avez 60% de la population qui a moins de 20 ans, et si la France n'arrive pas vraiment à les comprendre peut-être, je crois que les gouvernements africains non plus. Et le problème, c'est que la France, elle traite avec les gouvernements. Et donc, l'accusation qui est faite sur le gouvernement français qui traite avec les gouvernements, pardonnez-moi, mais c'est les règles de l'état de droit aujourd'hui. Et quand le président Macron réunit les jeunes à Montpellier, il se fait rabrouer par tous les gouvernements africains qui lui disent « c'est pas comme ça qu'on fait, vous traitez directement avec notre jeunesse ». Donc oui, il y a un problème de la perception de la jeunesse, qui est la génération qui monte. Et cette perception, elle doit être faite par les Français peut-être, mais d'abord par les Africains, parce que après tout, c'est les gouvernements africains qui dirigent les Africains. Et j'en arrive à la question sur l'armée française. Je voudrais juste rappeler que l'armée française, en 2013, est intervenue à la demande d'un gouvernement africain pour arrêter les mouvements qui descendaient vers Bamako. Et je suis assez d'accord sur le fait qu'une fois cette intervention faite, l'armée française aurait dû quitter le Sahel. Je rappelle qu'elle n'était pas présente au Sahel avant, hein. Si vous voulez, le Niger, le Burkina Faso et le Mali ont le droit de choisir. Le seul problème, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, tous les trois ont choisi d'instituer des dictatures militaires. Le Premier ministre malien qui a eu le tort de dire eh bien, écoutez, quand est-ce que ça se termine? Il a été relevé tout de suite pour être remplacé par un général de division. Donc on peut questionner la démocratie de ces choses-là. Et quant à votre pays, la Centrafrique, que je connais très bien, pour y être allé souvent, depuis longtemps, pour retirer les forces françaises en 1997, à l'époque, vous voyez, donc ça date. Je dois souligner simplement que, contrairement à ce que vous dites sur les mouvements djihadistes, aujourd'hui, regardez de près, c'est une catastrophe. C'est une catastrophe, parce que les trois pays, et la République centrafricaine, mais les trois pays du Sahel, ont décidé de s'allier avec un pays qui n'envoie pas son armée là-bas, mais des milices qui se payent sur la bête. En Centrafrique, les mines, les taxes sont payées par la Centrafrique, sont prises par la Centrafrique. Juste hier, il y a eu une manifestation en Centrafrique. Vous voyez que je suis les trucs d'actualité. Tout simplement parce qu'il y avait des gens qui préparaient la fête nationale du 2 décembre, du 1er décembre, et Wagner est arrivé et n'a pas accepté ça. Et là, les manifestants ont dit qu'il y en a quand même un peu ras-le-bol. Voilà. Donc, chacun prend, je crois, l'Afrique évolue, on doit le prendre en compte. La France part d'un peu partout en Afrique, par dialogue, au Sénégal, en Côte d'Ivoire, et ailleurs, elle a été shootée devant par le Sahel. Elle n'aurait pas dû rester dans cette durée au Sahel après avoir rempli sa première mission, qui était simplement d'empêcher que Bamako ne tombe pas.
Jean-Christophe Bach qui a été interpellé directement, peut-être.
Oui, je crois que Dominique Trinquant a partiellement répondu. Quand je disais que nous étions tout à fait prêts à reconnaître nos erreurs, ce n'était pas spécifiquement concernant l'Ukraine, où je pense que les erreurs sont quand même très très partagées, mais c'était de reconnaître que sur un certain nombre de plans, notamment d'avoir peut-être voulu depuis quelques décennies imposer notre modèle à la fois de gouvernance, de notre façon de penser la société, et je pense que, et ça a été souligné, je pense que ce qui est très important dans l'émergence de ce Global South, c'est la poussée des opinions publiques et la poussée de la société. Et c'est là où je pense qu'il faut qu'on prenne ça bien en compte, que le Nord a perdu une partie du Sud à cause notamment d'un certain nombre de questions sur les valeurs, sur la notion de la famille, sur la religion, sur la vision de la société. Et je pense qu'on a voulu dire ou faire croire que modernité voulait dire que westernization is modernization, ce qui est probablement une grosse erreur, et que ça fait partie justement de ces termes de la global conversation que l'on doit remettre en place, avec un discours de la méthode. Et je crois que les griefs que nous pouvons nous exprimer, je ne veux pas dire ils sont nombreux de part et d'autre, mais déjà si on créait 2 colonnes en disant voilà ce que je te reproche, voilà ce que tu me reproches, établir un véritable discours de la méthode, de faire en sorte aussi que dans la façon de repenser cette global conversation, ça n'est pas uniquement la responsabilité des États. Et Dominique Trinquant le disait très justement, lorsque effectivement la France veut par exemple s'engager avec la société civile africaine, elle se fait engueuler parce qu'elle n'a pas à passer au-dessus des États. Il faut repenser aussi à cette vision très westphalienne et très rigide des relations internationales. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, nous devons entrer dans des processus multi-acteurs où la société civile, où les religions, où le secteur privé et dans les syndicats, les médias doivent participer à cette façon de repenser les termes d'un contrat global.
Professeur Teuta Vodo.
Oui, merci beaucoup. En fait, je dois avouer que moi je viens d'un pays avec un passé communiste, avec une dictature qui ne connaissait pas l'état de droit. Et donc, après la chute du communisme dans les années 90, on a eu tous ces acteurs de l'Union européenne qui sont venus pour nous expliquer l'état de droit, les élections libres, transparence, intégrité, etc., etc. Moi-même, j'ai pu diriger la réforme de la justice et plus précisément l'anticorruption. Évidemment, ce n'était pas si évident et si facile de voir tous ces acteurs qui venaient de l'extérieur et de nous dicter ou de nous enseigner comment il fallait faire. Donc, évidemment, tous ces piliers qui font partie de l'Union européenne et qui sont imposés par l'Occident, d'un côté, ils peuvent être perçus comme ça. Donc, je comprends très bien certains commentaires et certaines suggestions à propos de qu'est-ce que c'est dicté par l'Occident. Mais je vous assure que, au moins, c'est ça mon perspective, que parmi toutes les formes de gouvernance, la démocratie, c'est celle qui est plus liée aux citoyens et qui protège mieux les intérêts des citoyens. C'est-à-dire que...
Merci.
Donc, juste pour vous dire que c'est la corruption, le cœur, c'est où on doit cibler et qu'on doit combattre. C'est pour cela que parmi toutes ces propositions, je suis tout à fait en faveur de se concentrer sur cette forme de gouvernance. Merci.
Merci, professeur Teutavodo. Milena?
Thank you for the question that was addressed to me. I actually love to be in a panel where there is debate and where we can confront different opinions. I have to say that in my country, I am an extremely pro-Western and pro-EU actor. I am the program director of the European Union. But for me, the European Union and the West are about the values. And when the West, first and foremost, for me at least, the European Union, when they fail at actually living up to the standards, to the human rights which they uphold and which they, actually I would not say they dictate, I mean it is our decision to take those standards, but we need to see that those standards are upheld by those who are, you know, expecting us to uphold such standards in order to join their club or their part of the world. And I think that, you know, yes, you're right, there can be, you know, multiple truths at the same time. But with the Palestinians in Gaza right now, there is only one truth. There are no multiple truths. I mean, everybody who has seen children in pieces in front of their screens knows that there is only one truth there. And I think that Palestine, Palestinians, and Gaza can actually break the multilateral system, and they can completely break and undermine and destroy the West's position if the decisions of the multilateral institutions are not respected. So respect for the ICJ decisions, respect for the ICC's decisions, seeing countries of the European Union declaring that they will not arrest an indicted personality. This is scary for me. I think that this must not happen if we want to have at least a beacon of hope that the multilateral system will persist. And what gives me hope, to be honest, it is my children. My children who do spend time on TikTok, but they spend time on TikTok not only looking at brain rot, but actually looking for information and seeing what is happening. Because this is where children today and young people today get unfiltered information, and as much as it can also have some negative effects, I think that it is actually bringing the truth to our screens and to our faces.
Farid Shaif, one word.
Very briefly, I think I just would like to repeat. First of all, I spoke about decolonization, so it was not out of my radar, yes. And the way how we should strengthen, I fully agree, it's through strengthening multilateral institutions. Azerbaijan, as a subject of foreign occupation, for decades advocated for international law, principle of international law. Unfortunately, the system which we have right now with the P5 dominating the system, and they can distort or apply double standards. Again, since 90s, we're discussing the issue of UN reforms and including Security Council, and we are not moving forward. Thank you.
Giovanni Romani.
Very quickly, just two points. First of all, on Ukraine, I just want to underline that here what we're talking about is an aggression against a sovereign state. And Ukraine has the right of self-defense, and it will continue to support it without becoming part of the conflict. On youth and the perception of the West and of NATO, I'm a resource for Middle East and Africa, so it's not the first time I hear this. Of course, we are very much aware of this. It's a huge challenge. There is a battle of narratives in which a lot of disinformation is also deployed. So yeah, we need to do better there. We need to do better in explaining that our approach is actually of cooperative security, it is of collaboration, and it is of local ownership. Actually, we collaborate with actors in the region on the basis of mutual respect and local ownership. And this is probably not well understood, and the action of NATO and the West very often are kind of depicted in a completely different way. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, time is up. Le temps qui nous est imparti est malheureusement terminé. Je vois qu'il y a beaucoup de questions. Je vous propose de poursuivre le débat. Désolé, mademoiselle, on ne peut pas garder la salle. It's already finished. Je vous propose de poursuivre les échanges. Hein. Nos intervenants sont là. Je les remercie. Nous avions Mihaela Mihailovic qui dirige le centre qui dirige un think tank basé à Belgrade. Nous avions aussi Farid Chayev qui dirige le centre d'études des relations internationales de Bakou à Azerbaïdjan, professeur Teuta Vodo qui enseigne à Sciences Po Paris, le général Dominique Trinquant, merci. Nous avions aussi Giovanni Romani qui dirige le Moyen-Orient, Maghreb, l'OTAN, et Jean-Christophe Bas qui dirige le cabinet Global Compass. Merci, merci, thank you ladies and gentlemen. Merci.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muwaffaq Harb. I'm the moderator of this important session. I'm honored to welcome you to this important plenary session where we gather to tackle a very important issue, the Arab-Palestinian-Israeli conflict in the wake of the current crisis. And for that, we have, the organizers have gathered a great panel, all relevant to our topic. But before that, we are privileged to have among us a keynote speaker, Dr. Riyad al-Maliki. He is the envoy of the Palestinian president and the former foreign minister of the Palestinian Authority. Dr. al-Maliki brings to us his voice and insights are so relevant and important at this stage. He is a dedicated, he's known for his commitment to the Palestinian cause and the two-state solution. His presence among us cannot be more timely. Please join me in welcoming Dr. al-Maliki to the stage, please.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to extend my gratitude to my dear brother, Brahim Fassi Fihri, and his distinguished team for the excellent organization of this forum in its 16th edition. Over the years, Middays has established itself as a vital platform for dialogue and cooperation on pressing regional and global challenges. I have the honor to be here and speak about topics that are of our concern, taking into consideration the fast geopolitical changes and tendencies that affect the region and beyond. Among the many crises that demand our collective attention, none is as pressing, as morally imperative, or as central to the stability of our region as the Palestinian question, which remains essential, not only as a moral and a humanitarian imperative, but also as a defining challenge to the international order and its legal framework. For over 7 decades, the Palestinian people have endured dispossession, occupation, displacement, massacres, and the systematic denial of their most fundamental rights, including the right to self-determination. These violations, rooted in colonial settler occupation, constitute grave breaches of international law and blot on the conscience of humanity. The time for action to rectify this historic injustice is long overdue. The two-state solution remains the cornerstone for achieving justice, peace, and stability in the Middle East and beyond. However, this vision, repeatedly affirmed in UN and international legitimacy resolutions, is systematically undermined by Israel's colonial occupation as it continues to commit atrocities with full impunity and without any respect to international law and its principles. Israel's ongoing crimes, including aggression, genocide, settlement expansion, land annexation, and the deliberate erasure of Palestinian presence and identity, are backed by its allies and the failure of the international community to take action, explains why Israel, the occupying power, acts this way. US military and diplomatic support for Israel has been a significant barrier to Palestinian self-determination. The US has consistently blocked UN resolutions that would have recognized Palestinian statehood or condemned Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories. This has contributed to the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza today, the military occupation of the West Bank, and the expansion of Israeli settlements, all of which are major obstacles to a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The US military aid and security assistance to Israel played a major role in the war in Gaza. Without it, Israel did not have the means to continue its war in the same pace and level of military density for that long. Numerous UN Security Council resolutions and United Nations General Assembly resolutions, including 242 and 338 and 2334, alongside the most recent ICJ's advisory opinion on the illegality of Israel's occupation and settlement activities, affirm the illegality of Israel's occupation and settlement activities in the OPT, Occupied Palestinian Territory, including East Jerusalem. These frameworks underscore the international community's collective responsibility to uphold the rights of the Palestinian people and facilitate the materialization of an independent, sovereign state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. These legal frameworks are not suggestions. They are obligations that the international community is bound to uphold. Despite these clear legal imperatives, the situation on the ground continues to deteriorate. The systematic confiscation of land, forced displacement of Palestinians, and expansion of illegal settlements are flagrant violations of the Fourth Geneva Convention and international humanitarian law. These actions erode the prospects of a two-state solution and fuel instability, not just in Palestine, but across the region. This persistent injustice constitutes not only a moral failure, but a grave violation of international law that undermines the credibility of the global legal order. These actions also constitute the most serious crimes. The Palestinian issue is not merely a regional conflict. It is a global concern rooted in the principles of self-determination, justice, and adherence to international law. The utilization by the State of Palestine of international legal mechanisms, such as the ICJ and ICC, is vital for Palestinians as they seek justice, accountability, and the realization of their national rights. These institutions offer means to challenge Israeli violations, protect Palestinian rights, and assert claims to statehood and sovereignty under the framework of international law. While the political and enforcement challenges remain significant, international legal action has become an important tool in raising global awareness, mobilizing international support, and putting pressure on Israel to abide by its legal obligations. It has offered Palestinians a way to pursue justice and self-determination in a context where direct negotiations and diplomacy have failed to yield a just solution. Excellencies, the Gaza Strip today stands as a stark reminder of the international community's failure to act decisively against Israel's violations of international law. The ongoing genocide and aggression against Gaza, marked by the deliberate targeting of civilians, as more than 44,000 are killed, most of them children and women, the injury of more than 100,000, and the disappearance of entire families from the civil registrar or buried below the rubble. The destruction of critical infrastructure, as 85% of Gaza infrastructure is damaged beyond repair, and the denial of humanitarian aid constitute most serious crimes, war crimes and crimes against humanity. Under international humanitarian law, the indiscriminate use of force, collective punishment, and the deliberate deprivation of necessities are strictly prohibited. Yet, Gaza's 2.3 million residents face a dire humanitarian crisis for over 400 days, exactly 421 days. Israeli attacks, aggression, and genocide forcibly displaced 1.9 million of Gaza population more than once. 95% of water is unfit for consumption, and critical healthcare systems are collapsing under the weight of relentless, indiscriminate, and disproportionate attacks. Most hospitals are out of service. Epidemics and diseases are outbreaking. This humanitarian catastrophe is not incidental. It is a direct result of Israel's illegal blockade and occupation. The international community must urgently intervene to halt these violations, facilitate the unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid, and ensure accountability for those responsible. Gaza's humanitarian plight is not merely a symptom of a broader conflict, it is a direct consequence of the illegal occupation and blockade that must be brought to an end. The Israeli occupation, the day after the war in Gaza must not simply be about who will govern and take control, since it is clear that the only authority will be the Palestinian legitimate authority represented by President Mahmoud Abbas. It must not be about rebuilding what was destroyed, but about confronting the underlying injustices that have fueled this conflict for generations. The international community must stand for justice, not just for an end to violence and war, and support Palestinians in their struggle for self-determination, sovereignty, and dignity. Only through addressing the root causes of the conflict, by ending the occupation and creating a just solution, can peace be realized. The Israeli occupation of the West Bank has intensified, marked by increased military operations carried out by the Israeli occupation forces and the surge in settler terrorism and violence against Palestinians. Israeli settlers have escalated attacks, including arson, physical assaults, and property and agriculture destruction, often with impunity and under the protection of the Israeli occupation army. Through settlement expansion, Israel has sought to create facts on the ground that alter the demographic and geographic landscape. Despite wide international condemnation and clear violations of international law, the Israeli fascist government perpetuates and encourages these practices and atrocities, deepening the unbearable suffering of the Palestinians and escalating tensions in the whole region. These practices extend to the occupied holy city of Jerusalem, which holds profound historic, cultural, and spiritual significance for billions around the world. For Palestinians, it is our eternal capital and an integral part of our national identity. UN resolutions, including United Nations General Assembly Resolution 181 and United Nations Security Council Resolution 478, affirm that East Jerusalem is an occupied territory and part of the future state of Palestine. Efforts to alter the legal, demographic, and cultural character of Jerusalem are unequivocally illegal and must be reversed. Such actions undermine the historical and religious status quo, heighten tensions, and pose threat to the broader region. The State of Palestine reaffirms its commitment to preserving the city's unique status and ensuring that it remains a symbol of coexistence and peace. Excellencies, the international community's failure to enforce its resolutions and legal obligations has perpetuated Palestinian suffering and emboldened Israel's impunity. This failure undermines not only the rights of the Palestinian people, but also the integrity of the international legal order. We call upon the international community to act decisively and urgently. This includes halting the ongoing genocide in Gaza by ensuring the immediate ceasefire and the impeded delivery of humanitarian aid, holding criminals accountable for war crimes and crimes against humanity through mechanisms such as the ICC, as it already issued arrest warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant. Therefore, we call upon all countries, not just signatories of the Rome Statute, to implement ICC decisions. Implementing the two-state solution in line with the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of the State of Palestine and mandated by international law and UN resolutions. Ensuring justice and reparations for the decades-long denial of Palestinian sovereignty and facilitating the materialization of the Palestinian state and fair and just solution to the Palestinian refugees in line with 194 resolution. The Palestinian struggle is not a conflict between equals. It is a fight for justice, freedom, and restoration of rights enshrined in international law. The impunity granted to Israel for its violations not only prolongs the suffering of the Palestinian people, but also undermines global confidence in the rule of law. Excellencies, history will judge us not by the speeches we deliver, but by the actions we take. The ongoing occupation and its associated crimes are a test of the international community's commitment to justice, to equality and human dignity. Peace cannot be achieved by managing the occupation. It can only be realized by ending it. Justice for Palestine is not just a regional necessity, it is a moral and legal obligation for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maliki. We do have a great panel, and I am going to ask each one of the panelists to speak for 3 to 5 minutes, and I also invite each panelist to intervene if they want to make a statement, to agree, to disagree. I prefer you intervene if you want to disagree. Agreeing is overlapping. So, but before that, I want to use my privilege as the moderator and ask a question to Dr. Maliki, who agreed to stay with us on this panel and give us some time in this panel today. You mentioned global awareness, and we have witnessed, after the crisis in Gaza and the war that is ongoing, international support in university campuses, in Western capitals, unprecedented, the support and awareness to the Palestinian suffering. What is the Palestinian Authority planning to do to build on this support in the near future so you can convert it into political assets or maybe help you achieve what you are trying to achieve? Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is really a great opportunity for the Palestinian cause to see the overwhelming support coming from grassroots organizations, from people at large in different countries around the world, in Europe in particular, but also within the United States, not only in university campuses, but also across the states in the United States, supporting the right of the Palestinian people to free Palestine. And obviously, this is really an opportunity that we cannot really miss. We are right now developing global consensus, global associations at different levels with all participants in order really to build on such support. And hopefully this could really reflect itself in the near future when the time really comes. For us, as I said, it is really an opportunity, and we took note of it. We established contacts with all organizations around the world, and we are trying really to see how we can build on such grassroots support that we have really witnessed around the world.
Thank you, Dr. Maliki. Our next speaker is the former Foreign Minister of Egypt, Dr. Sameh Shukri. Until recently, he was involved in all the issues related to all the crises in the Middle East, not only the Arab-Israeli conflict. He will probably give us some insight on what worked, what didn't work, and when he finishes, I may have a question for him as well. Please, Dr. Shukri.
Well, thank you very much. There's very little to add to what His Excellency Riyad al-Malki has already presented us in terms of the consequences of the 7 decades of conflict unresolved as yet, with devastating impact at a human level. We see 40,000+ who have perished and lost their lives in Gaza, and an international order, an international community that shows little criticism or evaluation from a moral perspective, or from a political perspective for that matter, in dealing with the situation from the outset. There is a disproportionate response from what occurred on October the 7th. Certainly the targeting of civilians, the loss of lives of civilians on any side is apprehensible, but the response and the issues of self-defense as coined in international law cannot be applied in this situation and has far exceeded any justification. But the process has been long going, and the international consensus has been in support of the two-state solution. But I think at this stage we have to be honest in recognizing to what extent is the two-state solution a viable alternative, and to what extent there is actual political will to implement a two-state solution. So far it has been, I think, utilized to extend the conflict and to maintain a status quo where to the adverse effects it has had in the expansion of settlement activity, illegal activity in the West Bank, the ensuing conflict in Gaza, the excesses that the inhabitants, the Palestinian population of the West Bank has had to endure. And there is very little light at the end of the tunnel. Still, we are at the stage of concentrating on end of the military activity in Gaza, the provision of the humanitarian assistance, which is in dire need, and of course, the efforts to liquidate the Palestinian cause by displacement of the Palestinians, their elimination by virtue of continued military activity and the loss of life, or that the conditions currently are unthinkable in Gaza and cannot support the Palestinian people and their existence on that territory. So the issues are complex, but at the same time, we have to deal with the transitional phase that we are currently in with an American administration, outgoing, an American administration that will take over on the 20th of January and will elaborate its policies and direct its, hopefully, attentions to the crisis and to the situation in the Middle East. There will be consequences that have an effect, what is happening currently in Syria, what has happened in the Lebanon, and other issues that will definitely have their impact, whether to distract or to add emphasis to the situation. But for all due purposes, we can only rely on the direction of the Palestinian Authority, on its resilience, on its ability to extract a more vivid and impactful international community response that is consistent with presumably the moral fabric of the international world order, which is very much, as Dr. Riyad has mentioned, has lost its credibility. You asked, the moderator asked a very pertinent question about the support that the Palestinian issue has received in many American universities. I would maybe pose another question and to ask, well, why has that support fizzled? And of course, we all know that there have been a degree of changes instituted in many American universities in their statutes, which unfortunately, again, perceives that support of the Palestinian cause or any criticism of Israeli policies constitutes anti-Semitism for some reason or another. These are all questions that we've all been dealing with for a very long time, and I think we have to be honest in addressing them and in applying the both moral and the political realities that we have to deal with. But primarily, again, the Palestinian people are have a national identity. They are supported by all forms of international legitimacy, the issues of self-determination, and the application of a uniform set of rules and principles, international law, that apply. But after 7 decades, we are still bewildered by the lack of the implementation. It is, if we are aspiring to the principles of the rule of law means nothing if it is not implemented. And in this case, it isn't implemented, remains to be totally disregarded. But at the same time, the Palestinian people will not go away. They are a people with rights, and those rights will inevitably be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shukri. Before I ask Gina to share with us her insights, I have a question, Dr. Shukri. For the past 20 years, we had a process, we had a peace process. We had what we used to call the thorny issues, the final status talks, hoping at the end of this process it would lead to a Palestinian state. Now we talk about a state, but there is no process. Who is going to trigger that process? Who should take the initiative to start some sort of a mechanism to reach that goal?
Well, traditionally, the United States has played a pivotal role in that process. I think Dr. Riyad recognizes that there have been direct negotiations for the last 20 years between the Palestinian Authority and Israel, that all the final status issues have been deliberated, have been negotiated, and to a great degree there's a fundamental understanding of where the parameters of a resolution could be, whether in terms of borders, refugees, Jerusalem, and there's a very wide set of criteria that has been basically agreed, but then disregarded by virtue of policies that do not show that there is a political will on the side, in this case, I believe, of Israel, to implement those understandings. It does need an interlocutor that has the ability and influence, taking into account also that it has to be also a matter of conviction. And here, whether that conviction and political will exists on one side, mainly here Israel.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Conviction on whose behalf? On behalf of?
At this stage, I would believe the Israeli government. And here again, I quote Dr. Malki when he says this is not a conflict between equals. This is a conflict between a state recognized by the international community and the Palestinian Authority, which is subject to foreign occupation. So again, here, I believe that the intentions of the Palestinian Authority, its advocacy of peaceful resolution, its willingness to end the conflict is very apparent. And I believe that we need to see similar conviction and political will on the part of Israeli government, but also Israeli public, that the only way to resolve the issue, the only way to gain peace and security for all the peoples of the region is through two states, the creation of a state of Palestine.
Thank you, Dr. Shukri. I think Dr. Malki has a brief comment to make.
Yes. Well, you know, we had a process, and that process really lasted for, I don't know, 30 years. It's very important before we engage in another process. We have to draw conclusions and learn lessons. I believe that, if we want to repeat the same process that we have had, then, please forget about it. If you want really to invite us for a process, then, you have to introduce conditions in that process. You have to define the outcome, what's really the end game. You have to define the time frame. You have to define exactly the participants and the process itself. If that's not really mentioned and agreed upon by all parties, then much better just forget about the process and think about a mechanism for the direct implementation. I believe what the General Assembly has adopted recently, regarding the advisory opinion of the ICJ in terms of implementing such advisory opinion. They were not talking about the need, to engage with the Israelis for a negotiated process, rather than for Israel to implement that advisory opinion, and they gave them a period of 12 months for such implementation. So I prefer just, not to fall in the same trap of really calling for, a process that has no end, and that process has been, the last process has been kidnapped by the Israelis for a long period of time without any tangible results.
Thank you, Dr. Malki. Our next speaker is Ambassador Gina Abercrombie, and Gina is the president of the Mideast Policy Council, and until recently, she knows the issues from the American side as a diplomat. And from my experience, American diplomats, when they are former, they speak freely. So we're looking forward to hear from you now.
Hint, hint. Thank you. I'm going to start with the United States, move to the international community, and close on the United States. And the first thing I want to say as an American diplomat, as an American, as a foreign policy practitioner, that there are no magic bullets here. There's no one solution, and there's no one power. I know that many are disappointed and confused by the United States' lack of connection between what our leadership said and what was accomplished. We had President Biden saying repeatedly that he wanted a ceasefire, and yet over a year has not yet been able to achieve it in the Gaza Strip. Many of you understand some of the domestic pressures that are on any U.S. leader when it comes to Israel and Palestine. But the reality is that these were very personal feelings from President Biden as well. So not that he wasn't getting advice from others about different ways of doing things, but his conviction led America as our leader to where we are today. But Israel doesn't live in Canada, and it doesn't live in Mexico. It lives in this region. And the United States is not the only voice. The United States is not the only country with leverage, either country or coalition. I point out, no one has broken diplomatic relations with Israel over 40,000 Palestinians being killed. No one has. There has been support, and I'm not saying that anyone should have, but I'm pointing out that other nations have leverage too. Breaking diplomatic relations is a big step, a huge step in diplomacy. Some have withdrawn ambassadors, but there are different levers of influence and ways to shape opinion even in Israel, because that's the neighborhood they live in, and they want things from their neighbors. There are agreement, there is cooperation. Israel is also paying a cost, nowhere near what Gazans in particular have paid, but economically, their economy is suffering greatly. Even those who have established diplomatic relations with Israel, either economic deals, business deals, have either been suspended, ended, or very quietly and made much smaller. The fact that they want you all to welcome them into the neighborhood, and that is at the very least, extraordinarily difficult now and into the future for a while because we see what has happened in the Gaza Strip. So keep in mind there are costs there. They have reputational harms with their leaders having warrants out for their arrest. It is particularly galling for Israelis to have faced charges of genocide. I do not personally use that word. It is a legal term with specific things that fulfill that definition. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't say, but we do see the death and destruction in the Gaza Strip. I will say apartheid state. I will say food as a weapon of war, which is against international humanitarian law. I will say violations of the law of armed conflict. All of those things I'm comfortable saying because I know about them. Genocide, I have to pause on. So, the international community has a role to play, and I would argue, in some ways, with the warrants, with the case brought with regard to genocide, with most of the EU countries saying that they're going to respect the ICC warrants. We'll see if they do. We see France's recent statement there, but that's a point for discussion. And then I want to come back to the United States. As I said, I believe President Biden worked from personal conviction as well as what he believes is in the United States' interest, in spite of many arguing for a different conclusion as to how the United States best supports Israel. And many believe that as the older, the big brother, the true friend.
One more minute, Gina.
Okay, it is incumbent upon the United States to point out where Israel is in the wrong and doing harm to itself. But there is a new administration coming and a president who thinks very differently about these issues. And so we can talk about that, and I'm done.
Thank you, Gina. Before I ask Ramadan to give us his, share with us his views, I have a quick question for you. President Biden, from day one, he was keen into leading through coalition. He loves those coalition. Obviously, it failed in the Middle East. Do you think the style of President Trump, arm twisting, deal making, sitting on the table, would stand a better chance in achieving something in the Middle East?
In some ways, I believe it will. And we like coalitions. We don't like to be alone. We like to have everybody with us. So it's not just President Biden on that one. But remember, you know, it was so painful because he said from the very beginning to the Israelis, don't make our mistakes. But he didn't take the hard steps to hold them to that, unfortunately. He had the right thought, but he didn't hold them to it.
Thank you, Gina. Dr. Ramadan Abu Jazar, Director and Head of the Brussels International Center for Research and Human Rights. Ramadan, you have 3 minutes.
كل الشكر والتقدير للمشاركين وأصحاب المعالي والسعادة وللجمهور الكريم. السلام مطلب في غياب السلام. عالم منافق بشكل كبير، وعار على هذا العالم أن يتم ارتكاب جرائم حرب مركبة على مرأى ومسمع من العالم رغم الإدانات الشديدة ورغم قناعة وإعلان كل دول المنطقة بما فيها السلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية بتمسكهم بالسلام كخيار استراتيجي، إلا أننا شهدنا على مدى أكثر من 14 شهراً مذابح بشكل يومي تقوم بها جهة يعتبرها حلفاؤها في الغرب الأكثر تطرفاً. 5 مرات استخدمت الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية حق النقد الفيتو ضد قرار وقف إطلاق نار، فقط وقف إطلاق نار، أي وقف قتل الفلسطينيين. هناك أخطاء ارتكبوها الفلسطينيون، ولكن كل هذه الأخطاء لم تكن مانعاً في استكمال عملية السلام. ولكن كان هناك دائماً سياسة إسرائيلية ممنهجة هدامة ترفض أي فكرة لاستكمال عملية السلام. منذ قتل الإسرائيليون رئيسهم الذي وقع أول اتفاق سلام مع الفلسطينيين، الرئيس السابق رابين، بدأ التطرف هو الذي يحكم إسرائيل سياسياً إعلامياً، حتى وصلنا إلى أن تغير المزاج الانتخابي في إسرائيل ليقدم حكام وأحزاب تحكم هي الأكثر تطرفاً. وزراء إسرائيليون ينادون بقتل العرب، بتهجير العرب، ينادون ويقفزون فوق كل الاتفاقات والأعراف والمعايير الدولية لحقوق الإنسان. وزراء إسرائيليون وقادة إسرائيليون يقومون بالتجويع، بالإبادة، بالقتل، بالتهديد، بل بتغيير خرائط المنطقة. ونحن نبحث عن السلام، نريد سلاما فيه حقوق، حتى لو ضمن بعض التغييرات هنا وهناك. الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية هي الجسم الأكبر في العالم والقادر على رعاية مشروع سلام. كانت الإدارة الأمريكية الحالية، إدارة الرئيس بايدن، هي الأسوأ، ومارست بل قدمت الدعم اللامحدود لنتنياهو لارتكاب جرائم غير مسبوقة أدت للوصول لأول مرة قادة إسرائيل يواجهون أحكاماً قضائية ومتهمون، بل وصدرت ضدهم قرارات جلب أو قرارات اعتقال من محكمة الجنائية الدولية بتهم ارتكاب جرائم حرب إبادة جماعية وحرب تجويع. حتى التعاطف الدولي الكبير، التعاطف الشعبي الذي حظي به الفلسطينيون في العالم على مستوى الجامعات في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والمدن والعواصم الأوروبية وملايين البشر الذين تظاهروا دعماً لفلسطين، لم تستطيع أو لم يكون هذا الدعم كافي لوقف الإبادة التي يتعرض لها الشعب الفلسطيني حتى هذه اللحظة. نحن نأمل من المجتمع الدولي والإدارة الأمريكية القادمة أن تفي بعهودها أثناء الحملة الانتخابية، وخاصة الرئيس ترامب الذي وعد بإيقاف الحروب، قبل أن نصل للحديث عن حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني ودولة فلسطينية، وهذا ثابت من الثوابت. ولكن الأولوية اليوم لوقف قتل الفلسطينيين. بسلام بدون سلام يجب على هذا العالم أن يحترم المعايير لحقوق الإنسان، المعايير الدولية لحقوق الإنسان، وأن يتوقف قتل الفلسطينيين. لا توجد جيوش تحارب ضد جيش دولة نووية وهي دولة إسرائيل المدعومة من الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بكل أنواع الأسلحة، ولكن يوجد أطفال ونساء وشيوخ فلسطينيون يقتلون بشكل يومي وممنهج. يتم قصف خيام النازحين اللاجئين، بالإضافة إلى حرب التجويع. وأعتقد أن المنطقة لن تستقر ولن تعرف سلاما حقيقيا طالما الشعب الفلسطيني بقي مستهدفا وبقي تحت نير الاحتلال وبقي فاقدا لحقوقه. اليوم هناك تعاطف دولي كبير ولكن مع الفلسطينيين، ولكن في المقابل يوجد ظلم كبير جدا للشعب الفلسطيني. أعتقد بأن على المجتمع الدولي أن يتخذ مواقف مغايرة للحديث والمؤتمرات والندوات السابقة، وأن يكون هناك رؤية على الأقل كما حدث اتفاق لا نعلم بنوده بوقف الحرب الإسرائيلية في لبنان، ولكن العالم كله شعر بسعادة وارتياح لمجرد الوصول لهذا القرار. الفلسطينيون اليوم بحاجة إلى وقف نزيف الدماء، وأعتقد أن بالإمكان من أصحاب المعالي وأصحاب السعادة والمجتمعون هنا إطلاق نداء من مديز بوقف الحرب في غزة. هذا النداء يمكن أن يصل إلى صناع القرار مرة أخرى لكي نكون فاعلين. المغرب لديها موقف ثابت تجاه القضية الفلسطينية، وكل الدول العربية في تقريبا موقفها مساند، أو بالتأكيد موقفها مساند، ومعظم دول العالم هي دول أصبحت مساندة وترفض استمرار احتلال إسرائيل. ولكن في إسرائيل هناك حكومة متطرفة غير مقبولة عالميا، ولكنها مدعومة من الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
شكرا رمضان. شكرا رمضان. رمضان، عندي سؤال سريع بس بدي إجابة سريعة لو سمحت. إسرائيل ترفض أن يكون للسلطة الفلسطينية دور في اليوم التالي في إدارة غزة. ما هو الحل؟ من سيقوم بإدارة هذا القطاع؟ خصوصا أن حماس اليوم قيادة لم تعد موجودة، وهناك رفض دولي وغربي لأي دور لحماس في القطاع؟
ليست إسرائيل من تحدد من يمثل الشعب الفلسطيني ومن يقوده في اليوم التالي أو في اليوم الأول، وحتى الآن الممثل الشرعي والوحيد للشعب الفلسطيني هي منظمة التحرير الفلسطينية، وحماس لا وجود لها في صناعة القرار الفلسطيني. على الأقل فلسطينيا الممثل الشرعي والوحيد هي منظمة التحرير الفلسطينية الرافعة الوطنية للشعب الفلسطيني، والتي بإمكانها فقط إعادة الحياة للمؤسسات الفلسطينية في قطاع غزة. إسرائيل استخدمت أخطاء حماس لتبيد الشعب الفلسطيني، وهنا لا نلوم حماس، ولكن إسرائيل هي المسؤولة عن تسليم قطاع غزة إلى حماس.
رمضان، دكتور مالكي، رمضان قال كلام جميل بس ما أجابني على السؤال. عندك إجابة لو سمحت؟
إسرائيل وحكومة نتنياهو منذ فترة طويلة وهي ترفض الاعتراف بوجود الشعب الفلسطيني أو حقه في إقامة دولته، وقالت أكثر من مرة، ونتنياهو كان واضح كل الوضوح بأنه أساس ائتلافه الحاكم حاليا في إسرائيل هو مبني على قناعة راسخة من قبل كل الأحزاب المشاركة بأنه لن يكون هناك مكان لدولة فلسطينية في الأرض التي احتلت عام 67 التي تشمل الضفة الغربية بما فيها القدس الشرقية وقطاع غزة. السياسات الإسرائيلية منذ ذلك الحين وحتى اللحظة كانت تهدف إلى منع إقامة دولة فلسطينية. وجود السلطة الفلسطينية التي يترأسها السيد الرئيس محمود عباس هو تأكيد وتذكير للجميع بما فيها نتنياهو بأنه هناك سلطة فلسطينية تعمل من أجل تسييد الدولة الفلسطينية. هذه السلطة عملت على مدار سنوات طويلة من أجل حصد اعترافات الدول بها، والآن لدينا 149 دولة قد اعترفت بدولة فلسطين. فلسطين هي دولة غير عضو مراقب، صفة مراقب في الأمم المتحدة، ونحن نعمل الآن ضمن حملة دولية على أن يتم قبول فلسطين كدولة كامل العضوية في الأمم المتحدة. كما تعلمون كان هناك تصويت في مجلس الأمن قبل فترة، 14 دولة عضو في مجلس الأمن صوتت لصالح قبول دولة فلسطين كدولة كاملة العضوية، والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية استعملت الفيتو ضد ذلك. ما نريد أن نقوله بأن نتنياهو حاول منذ فترة طويلة إضعاف السلطة الفلسطينية التي كانت تحكم في الضفة الغربية أو التي تحكم في الضفة الغربية، إضعافها بشتى الوسائل، ماليا من خلال حجب أموال المقاصة عنها، عسكريا من خلال الاجتياحات الدائمة، وإضعافها أيضا من خلال موضوع المفاوضات التي كانت تعتمد عليها من أجل إنهاء الاحتلال وإقامة الدولة. بالتأكيد نتنياهو لن يقبل بأن يكون هناك أي دور للسلطة الفلسطينية في قطاع غزة، كونه هو أصلا لا يقبل أي دور للسلطة الفلسطينية في الضفة الغربية أو في أي مكان يتواجد عليه الشعب الفلسطيني. نحن نعلم ذلك، ولكن هذا لا يعني كما قال رمضان بأن إسرائيل هي التي تحدد من يحكم الشعب الفلسطيني. الشعب الفلسطيني هو الذي يقول كلمته، وهو الذي يحدد من يحكمه ومن يقود نضالاته من أجل إنهاء الاحتلال وإقامة الدولة. وهناك الآن إجماع كبير على أن منظمة التحرير الفلسطينية هي الممثل الوحيد والشرعي للشعب الفلسطيني، وأن السلطة الفلسطينية التي يمثلها السيد الرئيس محمود عباس هي المفوضة للوصول إلى تحقيق مثل هذا الهدف في إنهاء الاحتلال وفي إقامة الدولة.
Thank you. Dr. Shukri has a point to make, but please quickly before you do that, هل تنعي مسار أوسلو من وجهة نظر إسرائيل؟ نعم دكتور مالكي، قبل ما نروح للدكتور شكري لو سمحت.
إسرائيل حاولت، حكومة نتنياهو الحالية هي لا تعترف بمسار أوسلو. حكومة نتنياهو الحالية تعمل على إنهاء مسار أوسلو، وهي تتعامل على أساس أنه مسار أوسلو غير موجود، ولكن مسار أوسلو هو الذي جاء بالسلطة الفلسطينية. مسار أوسلو هو الذي جلب أكثر من 500,000 فلسطيني من الخارج إلى داخل أرض فلسطين. مسار أوسلو هو الذي أنشأ هذه السلطة التي من خلالها نحن الآن لدينا حضور ووجود وإمكانيات حكم أنفسنا بأنفسنا وللانتقال إلى الدولة بكل مقوماتها. إذن بالتأكيد إذا كانت إسرائيل لا تريد مسار أوسلو فهذا شيء آخر، ولكن نحن لا يجب أن نسقط كل السلبيات على مسار أوسلو بقدر ما يجب أن ننظر إليه بنظرة موضوعية حول كل هذه الجوانب. ونحن على استعداد كدولة فلسطين وكسلطة فلسطينية أن نبحث دائما عن الطريقة المناسبة لكي يتم تعزيز الوجود الفلسطيني على أرض دولة فلسطين، تعزيز هذا الوجود بكل مقوماته والبناء عليه من أجل تجسيد الدولة الفلسطينية.
Thank you, Doctor. دكتور شكري لو سمحت.
مجرد رد سريع على سؤالك بشكل مباشر فيما يتعلق بإدارة السلطة. هناك توافق من قبل الولايات المتحدة الدول الفاعلة والمنخرطة في تناول قضية ما يحدث وكيف تدار غزة فيما بعد، ومن المجتمع الدولي الدول الأوروبية والمجتمع الدولي بصفة عامة بأن السلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية هي القادرة والواجب أن تكون هي المديرة لقطاع غزة. ولكن يأتي القرار الإسرائيلي الرافض لذلك بما يجعلنا في حلقة مفرغة، وهذه حلقة مفرغة متعمدة لطمس غزة كمكون للدولة الفلسطينية أو طمس السلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية كالممثل الشرعي للشعب الفلسطيني، وبالتالي هذا متعمد. ولكن نعود مرة أخرى إلى فكرة التنفيذ الامبلمنتيشن. إذا كان هذه هي إرادة المجتمع الدولي فبالتأكيد لديه القدرة على إنفاذ هذه الإدارة، ولكن ليس له هذه الإرادة، وبالتالي نظل في هذه الحلقة المفرغة.
Thank you, Dr. Shukri. Dr. Paul Salem is the Vice President for International Engagement, the Middle East Institute. He's known for his work in several think tanks dealing with Middle Eastern issues over the years. Dr. Salem, please, talking about chaos in the Middle East, you have too many things to talk about. But can you just, in your presentation or your intervention, mention something about what's going on in Syria today? You know, once the ceasefire took effect in Lebanon, all of a sudden the Syria war has, you know, came forward, and we have some sort of emergence of Jabhat al-Nusra and whatever. Can you just add to your intervention something in this regard, please?
Yeah, thank you. أولا شكرا موفى وشكرا للجميع. I will respond in English. A number of things. I mean, the title of this session is What Peace and Chaos, and I think, as some have indicated, it's practical to unpack what is urgent and what is needed. Peace is a big word, and it might, you know, at the end of the day, we're talking about a two-state solution. But I think, as I think Dr. Abu Jazzar mentioned, step one is to stop the war. The first element of peace is to stop the fighting. I think it's very significant that one front, the Lebanon front, has arrived at a ceasefire. I'm from Lebanon myself, so I'm very grateful to that. And 1.2 million Lebanese now are going back to their homes and villages and beginning, inshallah, sometime soon, reconstruction. So the first objective is to get a ceasefire in Gaza, to relieve the civilians that are there before discussing the day after. We need the day. Now, how is that linked to the current dynamics? I have a little bit of, you know, I wouldn't call it hope exactly, but the incoming US president has been very clear that while he is very supportive of the right wing in Israel, and that is very dangerous, and we might talk about the dangers, he's also been clear that he wants the wars to be wrapped up before he assumes office on January 20. I think that was some of the leverage that Amos Hochstein and the Biden administration could use to get a ceasefire in Lebanon. So as a very short-term practical effort, if we can use some of that leverage with the efforts of Egypt and the other Arab countries and the international community to at least force a ceasefire in Gaza, that is a huge, a very huge accomplishment. Then we get to the issue of not peace, but the day after, as they call it in Gaza. I know there's been a lot of talk, a lot of negotiation. Some Arab countries have been involved about what might be the shape of post-war governance in Gaza. I know Israel has been very resistant to any role for the Palestinian Authority, but there's absolutely no substitute to the legitimacy of the Palestinian Authority in any post-war governance situation in Gaza. Post-war governance is not a luxury. It is something that is absolutely needed to organize humanitarian assistance, which is still doesn't exist effectively in Gaza. It's necessary for any talk about reconstruction and bringing back any normal life to Gaza. There have been some formulas proposed which involve a partial involvement of the Palestinian Authority, but I won't go into that. Now, when you talk about peace with a capital P, then you're talking about the potential for a two-state solution. And that obviously is, I think we're in a very, very dark period. It's important to note that the Zionist project originally the Zionist project was to take over all of Mandate Palestine, actually Jordan and other parts as well. It wasn't anything other than that. And when Ben Gurion accepted sort of the limits of 1948, it was thinking that perhaps the other territories could be gotten later, and indeed they were gotten later in 1967. So we're dealing with an Israel and with a project which is fundamentally not at peace or doesn't have accommodation. And within that, we now have the most extreme right-wing government that we've had in a long time. But let us not fool ourselves. The problem is not simply in the right wing. Maybe they expose much of the project in a very clear way, but the problem is fundamentally with a lot of the center in Israel and how it views Palestinians and how it views their rights and whether they exist at all. So we're also at a time when a Trump administration is coming in, which is very right-wing itself, which does not really recognize Palestinian rights. Part of those are traditional U.S. kind of hawks. Some of them are Christian Zionists who believe in a religious sense that in the necessity of sort of Israel to exist and take over all the territory. So from the U.S. side, we're in a very difficult place. And from the Arab side, it's a mixed bag. That from the Arab side, the challenge is, first of all, there's no real Arab unity. There's no strong collective action. Neither is there a strong strong pressure on Israel from Arab countries, nor is there a coordinated carrot, let me call it that way, that the carrots were given in the Abraham Accords for not much for the Palestinians. One can say, well, they postponed the annexation of the West Bank, and maybe that's a good thing. But I think it's incumbent on the Arab countries and the Arab states, to the degree they can, to have a more coordinated and a more effective and more impactful policy to try to advance the interests of the Palestinians. And a lot of that has to do with engaging Israel itself and engaging Israeli public opinion. At the end of the day, Israel's governments are determined by Israeli elections and Israeli votes. Let's be honest, the public opinion today in Israel has been determined by Yahya Sinwar and Ali Khamenei. That's not a good place for the Arabs to be in. That's not a good place for the Palestinians to be in. So there needs to be a tougher approach, but also more engagement as well. To touch and to conclude with, linking a bit Syria and what you mentioned. You had mentioned in your opening remarks, and you mentioned the phrase, the Arab-Israeli conflict. In effect, there isn't currently an Arab-Israeli conflict on a state-to-state basis. There's an Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but there is an Israeli-Iranian conflict, which brings in Hezbollah and militias and Syria and in Iraq and so on. What the Islamic Republic of Iran and the government of Israel have in common is they are both extremely opposed to a two-state solution. And that is a very bad place for the Palestinians to be in and for the Arabs to be in. What has happened in all of the Mashriq countries is that Iran has effectively been able to dominate in Lebanon, in Syria, and Iraq, in addition to Yemen and certainly in Gaza. And Iran's agenda, yes, is very anti-Israeli, but it is not pro-Palestinian in a practical sense, because they are against a two-state solution. They want to eliminate Israel. And in a practical sense, that's not going to help the Palestinians get a two-state solution, because one of the states is Israel, and the other state has to be the Palestinians. In Syria, this war in Syria is 13 years old. Obviously started in the revolt or the revolution of 2011, 2012. And it was believed that by around 2020 that the conflict had become frozen, that, this is it. There's Turkish and opposition groups in the northwest. There's the US and the Kurdish forces in the northeast, and the regime controls other parts of the country. But I've been saying for a while that the Assad regime is a zombie regime. It's a dead regime. And it does not have a plan for the future. It does not have a future, and yet the conflict has been frozen. The international community has tried to find a political path forward for Syria, but gave up long ago. And I think what we're seeing in Syria is the result of a conflict that has not been resolved, a regime that is a criminal regime, effectively, being kept and left to survive, and groups moving against that reality. Obviously, some of these groups are extremist groups themselves. Some of them are backed by Turkey, and there's a large game being played around Turkey, around Syria, I'm sorry, because Israel has escalated against Syria.
Yeah.
The US might withdraw from Syria, and Turkey has ambitions in Syria. Iran is weakened. Russia is weakened because of Ukraine. So Syria might be the next arena of regional and international conflict.
I have a quick question. Paul, you mentioned something about the need to impose a ceasefire. What is the mechanism of imposing a ceasefire in Gaza? How does it work?
Well, yes, I did use the word impose. I think impose is not the only element of a plan, but what I mean by, well, let me explain what I mean. A, there has to be more coordinated regional international focus on getting there. I do think the election of Donald Trump adds some leverage. And I think at the end of the day, unless either the incoming president or the United States, somewhere, maybe an outgoing Biden, who no longer has much to lose because he doesn't have an election to face, there's no doubt that to push Netanyahu over the hill of accepting a ceasefire in Gaza, there needs to be pressure from the United States. One should mention that Netanyahu could sign a deal with Hezbollah without losing his government, because the two ministers, Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, did not make that a condition. Maybe that gives Netanyahu a bit more confidence that maybe he can end the war in Gaza without losing his government and his whole political career. Remember, a year ago, Netanyahu was finished. Netanyahu was seen to be, finished. He has now come back as a kind of a war, quote-unquote, war hero, which doesn't seem appropriate. But in order to get a ceasefire in Gaza, it's going to have to be Netanyahu, and Netanyahu is going to have to feel that he can do it without losing his prime minister's office. If Trump can pressure him and maybe even give him some pathway to do it and survive, that's what the Palestinians need first.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Salam. Our next speaker is Mr. Vuk Jeremic. He is the president of, I don't know, you're still the president, you told me. He's a university professor of the International Relations for Sustainable Development. You're still with the center, aren't you?
I'm a professor at Sciences Po.
You are a professor, university
International
professor.
Affairs, yeah.
And he is known for his work on the United Nations. He knows what works and what doesn't work at the United Nations. So please, you have the floor for 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. It gives me a great pleasure to be back in Morocco. I want to thank the organizers, to Mr. Fihri and his truly competent team for bringing this event from strength to strength. I finally made it. I was supposed to speak at Mad Days for the past 3-4 years, but it never happened, and I'm very pleased to be here. I have another function which I must disclose, and I also need to be careful in this regard. I am a senior advisor to Eurasia Group, the world's leading and largest geopolitical risk firm that's headquartered in New York, but it has many offices around the world. I am speaking today not on behalf of Eurasia Group. I am speaking just in my own personal capacity. I'd like to underline that.
You're welcome.
I come from Serbia. I was a foreign minister of Serbia, a country that is very proud about its non-aligned legacy, and a great part of that non-aligned legacy of Yugoslavia was strong support for the cause of Palestine. And I was president of the UN General Assembly in 2012, and that's possibly the most memorable moment of my presidency of the UN General Assembly, when Palestine, when there was a vote about Palestine joining as an observer the United Nations. I presided over that session. I'm very, very proud that I was witnessing from that post history being written. I personally believe that the goal of creating the state of Palestine, the goal of having a two-state solution is truly a valiant goal, and it has been inspiring generations, not just in Palestine and in the region, but throughout the world. However, I gotta break away from the panel in certain ways to try and reflect on what's currently going on with some dose of realism. And I believe I have this luxury because I'm not an expert on the Middle East. I'm no longer government official or UN official. I'm not an expert in the Middle East, so I'm here more in the listening mode, and I heard some fascinating observations this afternoon. But I think that where we're currently at is that the two-state solution has probably not been ever as far away as it is today. And I don't think that the direction in which we're going is bringing this nearer to us. And we can discuss why is this the case and so on. I believe that the current tragedy in Gaza is the most abominable onslaught of our times. I'm also careful when it comes to the usage of the term genocide, because I come from the Balkans and it's a very tricky term. I'm half Serbian, half Bosnian, married to a Croatian, so I'm very careful with the usage of the word genocide. But what I think comes without any question mark is that the goal of Israel is to actually eradicate the Palestinian population. And in my opinion, not just from Gaza. Gaza would be the first step, but the second step would be from the rest of essentially greater Israel. I don't think that we can talk from the international law perspective about Israel. You can talk about a greater Israel, as a matter of fact. And I think that the goal of this Israeli government, for sure, but I'm not, convinced that things would change too much with the change of government in Israel, is to actually get rid of the Palestinian people. And I think this is a truly grave danger facing us, probably in a more dramatic way for a number of reasons than before, and especially with the change of government in Washington. There's going to be a change of government. There's going to be a different president, as Ambassador Gina was saying. It is not necessarily all terrible news, the fact that there was a change of guard in Washington, but one aspect of the change is that Israelis might want to try to actually do it now with this government. And I think we should take this very, very seriously. And therefore, and I'm going to close with this observation, given that we're facing terrible perils as a result of the incoming political developments, I think that suing for truce, for the cessation, for the ceasefire, for the cessation of hostilities is absolutely essential. And talking about injustice, I completely accept it and agree with this. I think that when it comes to injustice, the Palestinian people is probably the most striking example of injustice, at least in my lifetime, that I have witnessed. But quickly going for ceasefire and then negotiating so that essentially this terrible scenario of an ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in Gaza and then elsewhere is avoided. I think it should be the primary goal. It should be the top priority of everybody who wishes well to the Palestinian people and to the Palestinian cause. and the role to play for Arab countries like Morocco and others who are in a different position with regard to Israel, and especially with the new coming old, if you will, Trump administration. I think the role of play for these countries, including our host country, Morocco, is very, very big. So I'd stop here.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yeremich, you started by saying you're not a Middle East expert, but what you have said exhibited great knowledge of the Middle East. I have a quick question for you. How many American vetoes does it take for Palestinians and Arabs to stop pursuing this path? You know the United Nations upside down. Do you recommend that they should stop pursuing this path, or there is a hope one day something may come out of it?
I think that a two-state solution cannot be imposed in this condition. I mean, you cannot obstruct away Israel. You cannot obstruct away the United States. You cannot obstruct away the fact that the US and Israel are joined at the hip, and that Israel in so many ways keeps key to control of certain political processes, including some key political elections in the Congress and elsewhere in media and so on in the United States. So this is a reality. I think that long term, the West and the US in particular has paid a tremendous price when it comes to its diplomatic standing and its strategic capacity in the future to play a leading geopolitical role globally as a result of what happened in Gaza. So I think that further down the road, a lot of regrets are going to be realized in America as a result of it. But America is going to keep vetoing all attempts to create or to change the situation with regard to Palestine, except the initiative that comes from themselves. So whilst I understand the political and diplomatic expediency in pushing certain things from the UN, I don't think it'll bring about any kind of meaningful change. And the new generation in the West, for instance, which has shown, sentiments and ditched the indifference, if you will, with regard to the onslaught and to the plight and to the tragedy of the Palestinian people. It'll take them years to go into the positions of power. I think it is worth continuing to invest in this, but to be honest, there is like a clear and present and imminent danger of eradication of Palestinian population in Gaza. I think we should do everything in our power to prevent it.
Can you briefly mention something for our audience about United Nations institutions and agencies? The war in Gaza kind of exposed the relevance and the competence. The Israelis have challenged each one of them. What is the future of these institutions? Are we talking about a new world order?
I mean, look, we live in an era of geopolitical recession. Recessions, you know what it means in economy to have a recession. It's a negative cycle and then a positive cycle comes. I personally believe that geopolitics is just economy. It's cyclical. The only difference is that the cycles in geopolitics are much longer. We are in a very, very deep geopolitical recession that is not going to go away for many, many more years. One of the biggest victims of geopolitical recessions are international organizations. And it is not their fault, but they're the big victims. You cannot really blame an organization that is essentially a member-based club if it's not functioning because of the way that the members of the club choose to behave. That's not going to go away. The United Nations is not going to overnight turn into an efficient house, like a global powerhouse of morality and diplomacy. Those days are gone, and there is nothing that can be done in order to change it overnight. The prominence of multilateral organizations can go back into limelight only with the coming out of the geopolitical recession. But having said that, there's absolutely no alternative to this organization and to these agencies. There's absolutely no alternative under the circumstances. Doing away with them would be a grave mistake when it comes to UNRWA and all other multilateral organizations.
Thank you. Before I open the floor for Q&As, if any one of the panels has any intervention, please, this is the time to do it, but briefly so we can allow people to speak. Dr. Maliki, لو سمحت.
شكرا. يعني كان في حديث عن موضوع سؤالك كان عن موضوع على فرض وقف إطلاق النار، يعني impose ceasefire. واضح تماما إنه نحن حاولنا منذ اليوم الأول للوصول إلى توافق في مجلس الأمن من أجل قرار لوقف إطلاق النار، ولكن يبدو أنه عدد الضحايا من الفلسطينيين لم يكن بكافي لإقناع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بأن هناك أصبح من الضرورة لوقف إطلاق النار في قطاع غزة، وبالتالي نحن وصلنا إلى استنتاج بأن إدارة بايدن ليست أنها لم تكن تستطيع، وإنما لم تكن تريد، وهذا مهم جدا. هذا يجعلها مشاركة في الجرائم التي ارتكبت بحق الفلسطينيين في قطاع غزة، لأنها وافقت وسمحت لهذه الجرائم بأن تستمر، ومولت وقدمت لإسرائيل بهذه الأسلحة خلال تلك الفترة. فيما يتعلق بلبنان وما حدث في لبنان وما يحدث في غزة، نتنياهو غامر بالوصول إلى وقف إطلاق النار في لبنان لأن مخططاته أو هدفه الأساس في لبنان ليس القضاء على حزب الله بقدر ما هو إبعاد حزب الله عن جنوب اللبناني وإخراجه من منطقة الجنوب باتجاه ما بعد الليطاني، وهذا تم تحقيقه في ال 52 يوم من الحرب في لبنان. التواصل إلى وقف إطلاق النار مع حزب الله في لبنان لم يكن يهدد حكومة نتنياهو وائتلافه بالسقوط، إنما في الوضع في غزة الوضع كليا مختلف. في حال تجرأ نتنياهو على الحديث على وقف إطلاق النار، هذا سوف يهدد حكومته بالسقوط، لأن هناك وزراء مثل سموتريتش وبن غفير الذين هددوا نتنياهو في حال الوصول إلى اتفاق سوف يتم إسقاط تلك الحكومة. بالإضافة إلى أن نتنياهو كان يهدف إلى القضاء على حركة حماس بشكل كامل وتدمير كل مقوماتها، وهو يرى أن ذلك يتم فقط من خلال تدمير كل ما هو متوفر وما موجود من بنية تحتية ومن مقومات الحياة في قطاع غزة. لهذا السبب نحن نفهم تماما الدواعي والأسباب التي جعلت نتنياهو يوافق في لبنان ولا يوافق على الوضع في قطاع غزة.
شكرا دكتور. Again, please, we have few time. Just we slotted like 10 minutes for Q&As. So I would like you to state your name, no speeches, direct question, and to whom you want to answer. فالمجال مفتوح لأسئلة وأجوبة. الرجاء الاسم، المؤسسة التي تعملون فيها، وأن لا يكون هناك خطابات. سؤال واضح ومباشر، ومن تريدون أن يجيب على هذا السؤال. في حد أنا في قبل ما نشوف قبل ما رمضان كان عندك مطالعة سريعة قبل ما نشوف مين بده يحكي.
كلمة سريعة بس للإخوان. أولا عملية السلام أخذت الضوء الأخضر والشرعية والرعاية بقيادة الرئيس ياسر عرفات من هنا من المغرب. جلالة الملك الحسن الثاني الراحل هو الذي أعطى الغطاء السياسي وشجع الرئيس عرفات، بل وساند الفلسطينيين إلى أن توصلوا للاتفاق. كان قريبا جدا من أن يكون هناك دولة فلسطينية. غزة التي تتعرض للإبادة هي آخر ميناء فلسطيني على البحر الأبيض المتوسط. عملية السلام هذه الحرب سوف تنتهي في يوم ما، وعندما تنتهي هذه الحرب سوف يعود الزعماء ليلتقوا على طاولات حوار، ولكن لن يجد نتنياهو أي زعيم عربي يصافحه، لن يصافح أي زعيم عربي أي مسؤول إسرائيلي ارتكب جرائم حرب ضد الشعب الفلسطيني. لذلك دماء الشعب الفلسطيني ستنتصر على الاحتلال، وسوف تبقى فلسطين حرة عربية وستبقى غزة فلسطينية حرة.
شكرا رمضان. Please, we have somebody wants to ask a question about that. Remember, question, quick and brief.
My question, yeah. My name is El Hussein Said and I'm an international law student. I would like to ask Mr. Jermik and as well Malki and Shukri, their excellencies. I think the war in Gaza is so long and so terrible. Do you think we need to reform the UN and the solution might be in the UN? And as well in UNRWA, do we have to close UNRWA or to keep its continuity?
Look, in 2016, I ran for the position of Secretary General of the United Nations. So I was actually the runner-up in that race. And I ran promising and actually making 52 concrete commitments what needed to be done to change the UN in order to make it fit for purpose in the 21st century. But 2016 was a different time. It was not a geopolitical recession. There was more international cooperation, more global engagement, more trust around the world, and certainly no tragedies of this sort that we are having on our hand in the Middle East. Today, I do not think it is possible to change things significantly at the UN under the circumstances. You need to be out of recession in order to change things. But you can make some changes. You can make some corrections. Perhaps not strategic corrections, but you can make certain improvements. And doing away with certain agencies is, in my opinion, the most dangerous thing you can do. In particular, the UNRWA agency, because it is absolutely vital for the survival of the people. Remember, I said, I believe, I may be wrong, but I believe that the goal of the Israeli government is to ethnically cleanse that part of the greater Israel, as a matter of fact. And doing away with UNRWA is just aimed at that. And I'd be very, very concerned about its future.
I have a follow-up question on this. Some people criticize the current Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, as shifting the role of the United Nations from conflict finding solutions for crisis and keeping peace into a human rights and a humanitarian organization. What would you say to that?
Well, I personally know Mr. Guterres. I have great respect for Mr. Guterres. He and I were in the final round. He actually is doing what he has promised to do. In that sense, I mean, I can only support and admire him for what he is doing. But he exactly said in the elections campaign, I will do that. So he's doing it. Now, the fact that the world had radically changed in the meantime, and that he is continuing to do what he had promised to do back 10 years ago, I think starts giving diminishing returns. And if I were to advise him, and I'm not, but like if I were to advise him, I'd advise him to shift his attention away from those priorities.
Thank you very much. I got my answer. Before, can I ask Gina a quick question, Dr. Maliki? Quickly, what are the chances of an Israeli-Saudi deal in the near future?
None.
Say it loudly, please. Again?
Thank you. Very little at this time. Unlike some of the other Gulf states, public opinion is important in Saudi Arabia, and the Crown Prince is responding to it.
Thank you very much. We came to our conclusion. I don't think our audience, I think they are convinced of every... Oh, we have questions. Would you mind if I go to the floor first and then come back to you, Dr. Malik? So please, let's have 3 of them ask at the same time, and then we'll choose who is going to answer. Please, your name, بلا خطابات لو سمحت سؤال واضح.
So first, thank you for your interventions. My name is Uthman Ali. I am still a student, and I have 2 brief questions. The first is, should we change our perception?
To whom? Who do you want to answer that one?
This first question
Okay,
is for
perfect.
everybody. Should we change our perception of Iran, as we see it plays a great role in the Palestinian conflicts? And the second question is for the former foreign ministers. As future diplomats, should we change our approach to the political
Thank you.
landscape?
Questions? Anyone here? Please, the gentleman in the back. We have two of them right there. All the way in the back. Oh, please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. The question is for everybody. My name is Lina. I'm the president of an aviation company based in the United States. I'm originally Moroccan. So as an aviation company, we have to obey the international laws, which are very affected by any wars going on. And we have to every day keep ourselves updated with the embargoed countries lists and sanctuaries, etc. Do you think that we will be seeing more changes coming up as far as the changes to sanctions and embargoed countries lists?
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have questions on the back, please. Let's do all three of them in the back. And we have three former foreign ministers, so he didn't indicate, so all of you are welcome to answer.
Hello everyone, my name is Ammar Gamal. I'm a business administration student in the University of Mohammed V. My question will be directed to all the guests. I'd like to say that although we've seen many trials in order to solve the conflict between Palestine and Israel, however, we see that whenever the UN takes an action, the US uses ultimately its veto rights, which leads to the situation remaining the way it was during...
Your question, please, go ahead.
A long time now. Yeah, sure, I'm coming up. So my question is, although it takes some bravery to say this, however, is it possible to say that there is no hope in saving the Palestinian people and for them all to be eradicated in order for all of this to suffer?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Last question, please, the gentleman behind you. Sorry, we don't have time.
Hello everyone, my name is Erahim Mohamed Badr. I'm a student of International Humanitarian Studies. My question is...
Closer to the mic, please.
Yeah. So my question, now it seems that there is no concrete talks about ceasefire and there is an imminent possibility of annexing the West Bank in 2025. So my question is, now that the two-state solution, as it was said, couldn't be as far as it is now, would it be proper to consider a one-state solution with the liberation movement taking a similar approach to the civil rights movement in the US, so that they can get one state, but a binational state where Palestinians and Israelis are equals?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We come to conclude our session, but I would ask each one of the panelists to choose any question from the audience and answer it, starting with Dr. Maliki, please. 1 minute, please, for each intervention, because we have to conclude.
Thank you. To reform the UN, absolutely. We, from a Palestinian perspective, yes, there should be a reform to the UN system, especially the Security Council. We have seen how the United States of America has hijacked the overwhelming decision of member states in the United Nations system when they refused to accept the recommendation coming from the General Assembly with 170 votes in favor for the admission of Palestine as a full member. When they have vetoed that decision in the Security Council, and when they have vetoed 5 times, resolutions for ceasefire. So yes, we are calling for reform. When it comes to the UNRWA, obviously UNRWA was established by decision by the member states of the United Nations system. It wasn't really established by decision by Israel. So Israel has no legitimacy, no right whatsoever to dismantle or to declare UNRWA as a terrorist organization. That's absolutely unacceptable. Changing perception to Iran, I don't know what's your perception about Iran in order for me to say you have to change your perception. You have to tell me first what's your perception, and then I will tell you if that's really a possible change or not. When it comes to a one-state solution, obviously, you know, we have been fighting and sacrificing for a long time for the establishment of a Palestinian independent state. And, you know, many sacrifices were done as a result of that. If we want really to go for one-state solution, then we are giving up on the Palestinian independent state. Still, as you have said, you know, one-state solution means one person, one vote. And from a demographic perspective, it is really only a matter of time when the Palestinians will be a majority within one-state solution. And then, of course, the Palestinians will govern that state.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Shukri, your concluding remarks, please.
Well, I concur with Dr. Malki about the reform of the United Nations. The United Nations today is far removed from what it was in 1945, as well as the experience and the polarization and the stagnation that has occurred. So reform is necessary. It's a difficult process, but one that has to be undertaken. As for the issue of Iran, perceptions, I think, are important, but also conclusions are as equally important. And I think we must extract several conclusions from the current crisis and to what extent Iran has fulfilled its perceived obligations and commitment to the Palestinian cause. It appears that there are other interests here at play that might supersede that interest. And I take this opportunity to commend UNRWA. UNRWA has been doing a stellar job, and to commend the sacrifice of the UNRWA staff and the integrity of Philippe Lazzarini for all that he has been doing. It is indispensable from a humanitarian perspective, and the violation of the international community's decision in the United Nations by relinquishing its role is another indication of obstinance and inflexibility and a policy that adversely affects the Palestinian people.
Thank you, Dr. Shukri. Our time is up. Please join me in thanking our panelists for this great panel and their insights. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us in the closing session of the 16th edition of Middays. As we conclude our remarkable conference in the beautiful city of Tanger, I would like to thank all our speakers, panelists, participants for their invaluable contribution at this amazing conference this year. Today we have a great lineup, we have a great event. We have distinguished speakers, and as we are accustomed every year, the Amadeus Institute would like to recognize leaders and public servants for their distinguished service. This year, I would like to recognize 3 honorable guests, 3 excellent public servants to their countries and great friends of a beautiful country of Morocco, the 3 prime ministers of Grenada, the prime minister of Dominica, and the prime minister of Saint Lucia. And I call on Minister Sukuri and Minister Mazur, and of course, the president of Amadeus Institute to present the awards. Please join me in receiving the great awardees. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Brahim on a personal note for giving me this opportunity to be among those great guests. I'm really happy again, and thank you, Brahim. We would like to begin our program today with His Excellency, Mr. Dickon Mitchell, the Prime Minister of Grenada. Please. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished fellow Prime Ministers, distinguished Excellencies, Ministers of the Government of Morocco, a host, Fazi, President, and obviously instrumental to having all of us here at this event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am deeply honored to be able to first partake in this tremendous event that has been an incredible success over the last 2 days. And I hope you will join me in extending hearty congratulations to Fazi and all of the organizers for making this event a tremendous success. Resilience is a theme, to some extent, that has become a bit of a buzzword, perhaps even a sexy word in today's world. But for small island developing states, of which Grenada, St. Lucia, Dominica, the Caribbean, Pacific Islands, and even continental coastal regions, resilience is not just a buzzword, it's a way of life. Many of us face existential challenges that only our resilience allows us to be able to survive. Whether it's climatic change, whether it's geopolitical tensions that exacerbate difficult economic times, that leads to supply disruptions, that leads to hyperinflation, that oftentimes undermines or threatens the economic growth and stability that many small island developing states have made over the past several decades. Whether it's having, in some instances, multiples of your GDP wiped out in 45 minutes because a hurricane has blown over your island and has destroyed lives, livelihoods, culture, and the way of life for many persons. Whether it's inequity in the international financing system that makes it almost impossible at times for your citizens to open a bank account without enormous paperwork or jumping through hoops just to be a part of the formal financial system. These are just some of the challenges that small island developing states and many larger developing countries face in this multi-polar world. But yet, we have countries, friends, partners like Morocco, which demonstrates its understanding of the significant challenges faced by the developing world, faced by the countries in the South. And this forum stands as a perfect example of the leadership, the vision, the spirit, and the fraternity of the Kingdom of Morocco to those of us who live in the South. And so, for that resilience to shine through, for that resilience to turn into sustainability, and for that sustainability to preserve the sovereignty of small island developing states and of developing nations, it is precisely the type of partnership, the type of support, the type of camaraderie, and the type of leadership that Morocco is demonstrating that will get us in the South there. And so we see a direct link between resilience, sustainability, partnership, and sovereignty. Because make no mistake, the very consequences of climate change, for example, is an existential threat to the survivability of small island developing states. If we are not able to tackle and solve this issue, for example, it means the citizens who live in countries that are low-lying, that face the challenge of sea level rise, will have to leave. They will become climate refugees. They will have to go somewhere. And the very nations or islands that once existed may be no more. So I think your theme is apt for succinctly summarizing the relationship between resilience, sustainability, and the continued sovereignty of many of the small island developing states, and in fact, the developing world. And so, as we pull the curtains down on this remarkable and successful event, I want to state that on behalf of the government and people of Grenada, and in my capacity as chairman of CARICOM, the Caribbean Community, that we applaud Morocco's leadership, we applaud your friendship, your partnership, and the many initiatives that have been led by the Kingdom, which supports South-South cooperation, South-South trade, South-South partnership, and the growth and development of the developing world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I would like to invite His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, to address the audience. Thank you, sir.
You know, I wish to lodge a protest. You know, my colleague prime ministers went shopping and did not buy me a pair of socks. I want to recognize in a very special way Brahim, you know, who is an outstanding Moroccan patriot and citizen, for his excellent representation of the Kingdom of Morocco. I want to recognize my distinguished colleague prime ministers, our dear ministers from the government of the Kingdom of Morocco, guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. On the morning after Hurricane Maria on September 18, 2017, Dominica stood bruised but unbroken, a testament to the resilience that defines small nations like ours. Today, we gather in Tanger to confront challenges that test not only our sovereignties, but also the very resilience of the global community. On behalf of the people of the Commonwealth of Dominica, I extend our gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco and the Amadeus Institute, the organizers of this prestigious event, for bringing us together in the historic and vibrant city of Tanger to dialogue on these important matters. The theme this year, Sovereignties and Resiliencies Towards a New Global Balance, is both timely and relevant. In an era marked by geopolitical shifts, economic unpredictability, and environmental crises, it is clear that resilience is an imperative for the survival of all nations, large and small. We recognize the urgency of rethinking how we define resilience and cooperation in an increasingly interconnected and interdependent world. In Dominica, we are acutely aware that sovereignty must be underpinned by economic resilience. The vulnerabilities that small states face, whether they are economic shocks, shifting trade policies, or financial turbulences, require us to innovate continuously. In Dominica, we are moving towards sustainable development models that prioritize self-sufficiency and the use of local resources. Our focus on agriculture, ecotourism, and renewable energy aims to create a robust, diversified economy that serves our people's needs while protecting our natural environment. However, the path to sustainable development is fraught with global barriers, from financing inequalities to restrictive trade regimes. We need fairer trade practices, enhanced access to sustainable financing, and investment in green technology and renewable energy. As we call for a new global balance, we ask for a system that grants small nations equitable access to resources, technology, financing, and markets necessary for sustainable development. Only then can sovereignty be fully realized for nations with constrained economies and resources. The Caribbean, and Dominica in particular, has experienced firsthand the devastating impacts of climate change. For us, resilience is a matter of survival. We are on the front lines of climate change, facing the devastating impacts of increasingly severe storms, unpredictable weather patterns, and rising sea levels. But our efforts alone will not be enough. Climate resilience requires reliable international partners and sustained support, particularly from the world's largest economies and highest emitters, who must come to acknowledge that climate change is a shared responsibility. The vulnerability of small states like ours must become a priority on the global agenda. I strongly urge our partners to uphold their commitments under the Paris Agreement and beyond, assisting vulnerable nations through climate financing, knowledge exchange, and capacity building. It is time to redefine resilience as a global imperative, shared across borders and strengthened by collective responsibility. As we face the challenges of our time, the global community must also renew its approach to multilateralism. Today's world requires a multilateral system that reflects the diversity and interdependence of our nations. The global balance we seek is one where all voices are heard, where policies are inclusive, and where vulnerabilities are addressed with empathy and urgency. For true resilience, smaller nations must have greater representation and participation in shaping policies that affect our future. Our global institutions must evolve to give room for the unique perspectives and experiences that small states bring to the table. As we look towards a new global balance, let us remember that a resilient nation is one that finds strength within itself and also in its partnerships and alliances. In closing, I once again thank the organizers of the MEDIS Forum for providing a platform where these critical issues can be addressed. And I am confident that through discussions like those taking place here at this forum, we can forge partnerships and alliances that will fortify our world against the challenges we face today and those that lie ahead. Together, let us commit to a future where every nation, regardless of size or wealth, can stand resilient and sovereign, contributing its unique strengths to a global community that is balanced, fair, and just. Let us go forward with the commitment that together we can build a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive global community. I pray God's continued blessings on the Kingdom of Morocco for its continued prosperity, peace, and tranquility. And I pray that the good Lord will continue to bless His Majesty the King with good health. And let me say before I leave, I want to say to our friends in Morocco that we in the Caribbean stand in absolute solidarity with His Majesty the King and the Kingdom of Morocco. God bless you. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of St. Lucia, His Excellency Philippe Pierre. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me recognize my colleagues from the Prime Ministers of Dominique and Grenada and the Ministers of the Government of the Kingdom of Morocco. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I want to first thank the organizers of this 16th summit for inviting me to share some thoughts, and wish to thank them for the wonderful hospitality offered to me and my delegation during our stay in Morocco. Firstly, St. Lucia would like to align itself with the Kingdom of Morocco and the King of Morocco regarding the policy on ownership of the Sahara region. We in the Caribbean have experienced as part of our history the transatlantic slave trade, when millions of people of African descent were in the most indecent and inhumane conditions, shipped across the Atlantic to the Caribbean to work on plantations that enriched their European slave masters. And even if the British government in 1884 paid British slave owners £20 million for the abolition of slavery, up to this day, no money has been paid to the victims of this unjust trade. The matter of reparations was again brought to the fore at the recent Coral Heads of Government meeting in Samoa, with no agreement reached on this long vexing matter. When Africa was being divided by European powers at the Berlin Conference in 1884, Africa was clearly not at the table, and so the pillage of Africa has continued in various forms, even now in the 21st century. I come from St. Lucia, a 238 square mile independent country in the Caribbean, the birthplace of two Nobel Prize winners, Sir Arthur Lewis in economics and Sir Derek Walcott in literature. It is also the place of the fastest woman in the world, Julian Alfred, the 100-meter Olympic 2024 champion. St. Lucia is part of a larger integration movement called the Caribbean Community, or CARICOM, and a sub-regional grouping of islands called the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, the OECS. And other members of that movement are Grenada and Dominica, represented by their respective prime ministers, and St. Vincent, Antigua, and St. Kitts. Whereas we can be referred to as micro-states in the world of geopolitics, we maintain a position of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries and respect the sovereignty of all nations. We enjoy relations with our traditional friends in the North, but maintain deep friendships with countries in the global South and look to strengthen these friendships with Africa and other countries in the South. As we speak, the Caribbean and Africa have entered a new era of partnership, of cooperation on mutually acceptable terms and with their own agendas. Despite being in the Western Hemisphere, we in the Caribbean see ourselves as an extension of Africa. St. Lucia and other states have joined the Affinex Bank, and the bank has set up an office in Barbados. St. Lucia has benefited from a loan from the bank to improve our educational infrastructure. St. Lucia and Morocco has had long and mutually beneficial relations. Earlier this month, our countries took a significant step to foster mutual cooperation and strengthen relations when we signed a visa waiver agreement for diplomatic passport holders and a roadmap for cooperation agreements. We believe that this historic signing marks a new chapter of collaboration and friendship between Morocco and St. Lucia. Education, as envisaged by the economist Sir Arthur Lewis, is the cure to poverty. And I want to use this forum to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for the scholarships granted to our students in St. Lucia to pursue higher education in Morocco. Mr. Chairman, we are aware that the global governance system has not been fair to some countries of the South. Look at the country of Cuba, that has been subjected to an embargo for over 60 years, which has caused untold human sufferings to its people, only because Cuba has chosen its own path of social and economic development. However, the people of Cuba continue to be resilient and have assisted countries in the South in their health care areas. Mr. Chairman, the Caribbean country of Haiti is another depressing story. Some people ask the question whether Haiti, the first black independent country in 1802 and governed by former slaves, which supported the decolonization of many other countries in Latin America, is not today still paying for the price of its freedom. Haiti has been forced to pay reparations to the former rule of France, battered and destroyed by earthquakes and hurricanes, its people murdered and under siege by rival gangs, causing the majority to be dejected and demoralized, and often treated like as if they were inflicted with a plague when they seek a better life elsewhere in the hemisphere. Mr. Chairman, Haiti today is a broken and often forgotten country. The islands of St. Lucia, Grenada, Dominica, St. Vincent, and others in CARICOM have been affected in an unequal manner by climate change, even if we are not the major offenders. Climate change is considered by leading climate scientists to be a major threat to mankind. Small island developing states or SIDS are likely to feel the brunt of that devastating impact. The fact that these islands continue to survive, even with minimum assistance from the former colonial powers, is testimony to their resilience. And the country of Dominica is testimony to that resilience. Mr. Chairman, we all know that advanced economies of the world are the main polluters. Yet, to a large extent, they have failed in their responsibility to provide adequate resources for the world to combat and mitigate the effects of climate change. Faced with this untenable situation, SIDS have been forced to come together through multilateral agreements to request climate justice under international law, through the Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law, spearheaded by Prime Minister of Antigua, the Honorable Gaston Brown. The UN COP29 meetings have just ended, and the gravity of the situation was again emphasized. One of the most important issues was how much of the 23 wealthy Annex II countries would agree to support the required climate finance goals. It is estimated that developing countries need for mitigation and adaptation between US $5.1 to $6 trillion required by 2030. What was agreed by COP in COP29 was 300 billion per year by 2035, less than 1/3 of what is required. We must remember that all these commitments are voluntary. In 2015, St. Lucia is one of the countries leading the charge for the 1.5 to stay alive. Nearly 10 years later, we still grapple with the impacts of climate change, with rising sea levels and increasingly intense weather finance, with no serious funding for loss and damage. Many of these world issues require global responses, in which countries must act in a coordinated and unified manner. Whether it's in health, immigration, security, or climate change, it is clear that we cannot do it alone. However, our crisis management behavior seems set to isolate and protect self-interests. St. Lucia has always promoted the principle of functional cooperation as a means to regional and international peace, security, and prosperity. My country has been an active member of the Organization of American States, the Community of Latin America and Caribbean States, CELAC, and the United Nations since its independence. We continue to insist that the region should be a zone of peace, free from conflict and war. The countries of the South must continue to strengthen its friendships and cooperation in all matters that will benefit the people of the region. It is clearly recognized that advanced economies do not always understand the challenges that face small developing states. Hence the reason why, in this global south, even with our own diversity, we must unite and create our own institutions for constructive South-South dialogue, to promote investments and technical cooperation, transfer of technology, and greater trade relations. Mr. Chairman, the world we live in is one of false divisions of race, creed, ideology, and religion. And as such, breaking these boundaries will require an enlightened global population with values and culture that promote togetherness. Mr. Chairman, let me suggest a wish list of some things we in the Global South can promote towards forming a new global governance structure. 1, that the world commits to stronger joint cooperation. 2, a United Nations Security Council where there are no veto powers and where the vote of the majority will prevail. 3, that the developed world might realize that a more equitable share of world resources and a lesser gap between the rich and poor is in everyone's best interest. 4, a world economic and financial system that understands the vulnerability of microstates like St. Lucia and understands that the conventional means that measure economic activities are not adequate for their loan financing needs. 5, spending less on weapons and more on global growth and poverty reduction will make the world a safer place for all. That all countries in the world commit to phasing out its nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. 7, that countries commit to continuous dialogue and pursue policies that do not promote discrimination on the basis of religion, race, creed, gender, and the digital divide. That advanced economies pursue policies that improve the quality of life for the people, and in particular, those who live in poverty, and give greater prominence, which would mean improved education, housing, energy, and food security for the 1.1 billion people who live in acute poverty. That leaders do more to engender love, hope, forgiveness, charity, care for the differently able, poor and marginalized, and reduce the politics of fear and division. Mr. Chairman, this may sound like wishful thinking, but I'm convinced that no one in this world has to be poor if global resources are efficiently used and utilized. We live in a world of stark contrasts and unnecessary poverty, hardships, and conflict. We can overcome the pain and suffering of many if we accept that change is necessary and the world must pursue a new agenda. We in the South can be pioneers of that agenda. In closing, I'd like to end with a quote from the visionary world leader Nelson Mandela when he said, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it is done." I thank you.
In addition to being a journalist, I'm a public speaking coach. And I know a good one when I hear and I see one. I would like to invite a natural speaker and an amazing public servant, Minister of Economic Inclusion, Minister Yunus Skouri. Would you please?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. Prime Ministers, Mr. Minister, Mr. Chair, dear Mr. Harb, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like first of all to, of course, express once again my honor to address the audience in this on this closing ceremony of the prestigious middays on its 16th edition, which is already a big achievement, and it deserves your applause once again. I have a couple of things to say, of course, with regards or connected to the theme. I think that I will say basically two things. Trying, first of all, to reframe and ask the question, is there a central new question that we're trying to answer, so that we know what exactly are we answering as a question. Because the job you've done is very deep, exploring every year a different theme that connects to the reality of the world and the new challenges. And second, of course, try to see what is happening in Morocco, in particular, under the guidance of His Majesty. To me, the central question is, are we preparing the world, our country, our societies to the next pandemic? Because before COVID-19, there was practically no debate on the theme. So of course, when we had COVID-19, everyone was asking himself, is there going to be a next pandemic, and how can we be resilient, and how can we process the sovereignty challenge? And of course, we've seen all over the world, politicians, public policy makers, reinventing industrial policies, social policies, finance, in order to address these issues in particular. But I think, and I suggest, that we address the question on a different scale, which is, in my opinion, how can we prepare our societies to be more resilient? And what are the new building blocks that we need to build within our internal forces to make sure we can achieve the goal? And of course, as all prime ministers and distinguished guests have just said, and I want to build on that, what is the new central role of cooperation connected to the issue or the challenge? Because unlike what we can think, sovereignty means much more cooperation. Much more cooperation. So I think that we need to revisit three loyalties, traditional loyalties that we have when we frame policies, we make decisions as public servants or as politicians. The first loyalty we need to revisit, in my opinion, is the one that is connected to the way our societies are organized, because you cannot achieve resilience if your society does not step along with you. The problem or the issue or the new trend that we have is a confrontation between two dynamics in our societies for a decade now. We have a first dynamic, a historical one, in which we witnessed societies of order, des sociétés de l'ordre, in which democratic rules are observed, but you need to wait until you get your place or you have your reward or whatever. And the way society was, and still is, organized was to provide the population with the rules, the type of democracy, of representation that makes it possible to get there and to cue society of order. You have local elections, you have national elections, you build elites, and you work on your economic models, etc., etc. But since a couple of years now, not only in the Arab region, but all over the world, we had this new egalitarianism egalitarian societies that are taking or occupying space in which the youngest generations do not accept the rules of the societies of order. So the challenge that we need to address while trying to answer this question is, how can we shift and move, enhance the way our institutions operate, answer the demands of our constituencies, in order to make sure that the answers are not destined to societies of order. Because the way we distribute the rights, the power, the resources, they still obey, in general, to the rules of the society of order. And I think that wherever we go in the world, unless the country is very rich or over-rich, everyone is facing these kinds of questions, and the design or redesign of our institutions is important, and we need to ask ourselves, how does decentralization, for instance, offer these kind of questions? How does the civil society, or how can civil society contribute into the design of the society of the new generation of societies, instead of solely the public services and the government and the other, let's say, components of government, be it at the central or the local or regional level. Of course, we don't have much time to elaborate, but this is one of the major questions. I think that we still need to use the human ingenuity in order to try to find practical answers. The new development model, triggered by His Majesty, brought to the table this central question. How? We have this proposition in the new development model where we say, we cannot ignore the new central role of civil society. But the question is how? And the public and the decision makers need to find a practical way, an impactful way to make it happen in important areas such as, for instance, the care industry. If you want to have a resilient society, care industry needs to work in your country. Solidarity needs to work in your country. Inclusion needs to work in your country. Do you think that the mindset of the public servants is 100%? Does it fit 100% to these kinds of concepts and the consequences, how to implement them? I'm not sure. But the people coming from the public, from the civil society can do. But they need to get much more professionalized in order to deliver these kinds of services under a new dynamic. The second loyalty that we need, in my opinion, to revisit is the loyalty, and it's been said, to cooperation and international cooperation and multilateralism, etc. Of course, there is so much to say to this regard. And there are so many hurdles, so many problems, so many questions. But we've witnessed these last years that it is possible sometimes to operate new ways of collaboration that are not necessarily under the conventional wisdom of the institutions of 1945. And what you've done with this very specific distinguished guests is an original path to connect differently. Historically, Morocco and the Commonwealth, we were not that close. But today, you're here, you're expressing yourselves, and we're listening to you. You know much more our country, and we know much more your countries. And it's important to see with every single country what are the specific areas where we can collaborate, and it fits the resilience and the sovereignties. The third, loyalty we need to revisit and question is the loyalty to the conventional economic policies. Because by the end of the story, if we are facing a crisis, a pandemic, an international geopolitical crisis, whatever, there will be direct impact on the people, on their social lives, on the economy. We could have made the choice in our country to stick to the traditional sectors and industries, and I'm sure Mr. Minister will elaborate on that. But we've made the choice, hard choice, to open up to what will define the future, even if from a technological way, from a human resources way, from a financial way, we're not maybe the best, but we believe in ourselves when, under His Majesty's guidance, Morocco starts a huge program on green hydrogen, for instance. When they're under His Majesty, we have major shifts and major investments and major political hard work to make it happen. But if you want to revisit the loyalty to the traditional economic policies, of course, we know the stories that we read everywhere. Structural change, shift from services to industry, but complete with industry, with services, of course. But we absolutely need to make sure that these shifts, that the risks that we're taking when we are reallocating resources in investment for hydrogen instead of other stuff, we can do all this change in a peaceful way. So social peace is very, very important. This is why His Majesty also launched a very big dynamic on what we call the social state, where we make sure that while we are transiting in the energy, in the industry, in the technology, in our social cohesion, we still can live together. There are tools for that. Social dialogue is one of them. There are tools for that. Major reforms in the labor code, in the way the society is organized. The society can protest. The society can express itself. And this is exactly what we're doing in Morocco now. And the end of my speech is to say, can we do all this simultaneously? So, because this requires resources. This requires, of course, financial resources. This requires also political resources. This requires elites. This requires thinkers. This requires investors. And authorizations from the population, because you cannot build such a project without the adhesion of your own population. So you need to express the project and to make it tangible so that your own people believe in what you say. Alhamdulillah, as we say, thanks to God. In our case, we have these ingredients and these elements, and this connection between the people and His Majesty makes it possible. The government tries to play its role at the best of the possibilities, but the most important thing is to believe in our bigger dream, a dream for our country, for our nation, but also a dream for the world. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
Achievements don't happen in vacuum nor by chance. There are people behind this dedicated public servant. I am honored to introduce one of those achievers, the Minister of Industry and Trade, Minister Riyad Mansour.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. I'm stressed, complicated. Thank you, Ibrahim, for the gift. A wise man told me, when you are the dumbest man in the room, try to make people laugh. Check. And confirmed. Well, I'm going to use an abusively given quote to Churchill. Everything has been said, but not by me. So please be patient, hear it once again. I will try to give some messages. First of all, thank you for this beautiful forum. Thank you for this organization, beautiful theater. We are proud to be here every single year. Bravo, Ibrahim. You're the guy, and we are proud of you. Prime Ministers, thank you for your friendship. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for being here. We are very happy to have you, Minister Skuri. Well, I don't want to thank him. He was so brilliant. You can applaud him. Thank you, Arb, for chairing this session. First of all, I would like to talk about resilience. Resilience for us, people of the South, is our daily life. It's our DNA. Each one of us, each citizen, is resilient every day. It experiences resilience every day. And the best and the most important example of resilience looking for sovereignty is the people of Palestine that I want to cherish, that I want to support, and that I want to sustain, telling them we're with you until you reach sovereignty. And your resilience is an example for us. So we are people, resilient people, every day. Just had sovereignty a few years ago, and now the people of the North are talking to us about resilience and sovereignty. Welcome. Welcome in the club. Thank you very much. It's our daily life. We know how it works. We know what it means. We know how hard it is to be sovereign. I have a conviction. Since this theme, resilience and sovereignty is coming to the North, it's a good sign for us. It means we are becoming better. We are performing more. We are more competitive. We are more sovereign. We are threatening a world order. And this is the first good news for us people in the South. Can you imagine the people that were selling globalizations, open markets, free trade, are talking now about sovereignty? Wow. What happened? Why? What changed? We should ask ourselves, are we producing some things you're not producing anymore? Are we more competitive? Are we taking from you some of your technology you're not producing anymore? Are you in the right move to be more sovereign? That you're asking yourself about your own sovereignty? Wow. Good questions. You know, people of the North, sovereignty and resilience is our daily life and our DNA. And we will continue to strive for sovereignty and to consolidate our resilience. Morocco, sovereignty is not discutable. It's not a matter for discussion. It's a fact. Whatever it costs, whatever it costs, we take decisions based on our sovereignty because we know the price of non-sovereignty. We know the price of non-political sovereignty. We know the price of non-financial sovereignty. We know the price of non-military sovereignty. We know the price. We experienced it in our long history. And we know we'll never play with it again. Never again. We have one conviction. There is no free lunch. We're not asking anyone for anything. We have given a hand to our partners, to people with good faith that want to build a better future for their population with us. And we try to co-develop together, to co-create wealth together, to co-create resilience and sovereignty together. They told us it's impossible. They told us we cannot transform. We are Africa, we are third world. We are not good, we are not able to transform. We don't have enough elite, we don't have enough engineers, we don't have enough money. Yet, we are producing almost the same amount of cars in Morocco, and mainly here in Tanger, than a country like Italy that is producing cars since 100 years, and we are proud of it. They told us you should not invest in infrastructure. You need to invest in other things. Give people more food, consumable. We said, okay, but we need to develop. And we invested in Tanger, the vision of His Majesty, incredible vision of His Majesty. You know that for our foreign trade at that time, and the projected foreign trade in incremental way in Morocco, we didn't need Tanger. We didn't need to invest in this infrastructure. Now, we have the first transbording port in Africa. The first in the Mediterranean Sea. The fifth compared to all European ports. And the third best performing in the world. This is Africa. This is Morocco. This is the South. This is what we are capable of. Nothing is impossible for us. There is nothing that can stop big dreams, hard work, and consistency. This is the only thing we need. We don't need anything else. Thank you very much.
As we conclude our forum this year, we go home, but there's one person from tomorrow he starts planning for next year's forum. It is time to hear from the man who put all of this together, leading a great team. It is time to hear from my friend, I'm so honored to know him, Ibrahim Fassi Fahri.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Prime Ministers, très cher Sdi Younes, très cher Sdi Riyad, c'est toujours extrêmement difficile d'intervenir après vous. Bon, la différence, moi je ne suis pas en campagne électorale. Maali Sadd al-Wuzara, Madame l'ambassadrice itinérante de Sa Majesté, très chers amis, après 4 jours, encore une fois, de marathon de débat, 55 sessions, près de 300 intervenants, 7000 participants enregistrés, 200 médias que je remercie au passage. Il est temps que cette 16e édition de haute volée prenne fin. Et quelle cérémonie de clôture pour conclure ces 4 jours d'une très grande intensité, mais aussi une démonstration, s'il en fallait une, que le Forum Mid-Days est le Forum du Sud. Ce n'est pas un slogan, c'est une réalité. Cette cérémonie de clôture le démontre, la cérémonie d'ouverture le démontre également. Il y a, je crois, et je le dis en toute humilité et avec beaucoup de fierté, qu'au Mid-Days, où vous pouvez croiser des délégations officielles de Grenade, Dominique, Sainte-Lucie, de Lituanie, d'Azerbaïdjan, d'Europe, dans les couloirs, dans les sessions. Donc oui, nous sommes plus que jamais le Forum du Sud. Mais tout cela, nous le devons à la vision de notre auguste souverain, Sa Majesté le roi Mohammed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, qui, à travers ses efforts inlassables, a su placer le Maroc au centre de la carte des enjeux géopolitiques, géostratégiques, mondiaux et évidemment régionaux. Et il fait la démonstration tous les jours que la souveraineté et la résilience sont 2 valeurs non négociables. Il n'y a pas de compromis possible sur la question de souveraineté, il n'y a pas de compromis possible sur les questions de résilience et non plus pas de compromission. Ces 4 jours de débat intense, je l'ai dit, ont permis encore une fois d'en faire l'intense démonstration. En tant que président de l'Institut Amadeus, je voudrais remercier beaucoup de monde. Je voudrais bien entendu, encore une fois, remercier humblement et avec déférence Sa Majesté le roi Mohammed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, qui rend possible ce forum, pour sa confiance, pour l'honneur qu'il fait aux Mid-Days, aux équipes de l'Institut Amadeus, mais également pour tous les efforts qui sont accomplis pour recevoir les dizaines de délégations, chefs d'État, chefs de gouvernement, ministres des Affaires étrangères, et j'en passe, mais aussi l'ensemble des speakers. Nous avons aujourd'hui pu compter près de 127 pays représentés au Mid-Days, et nous sommes également extrêmement fiers. Souveraineté et résilience, donc. Qui dit souveraineté au Maroc, bien entendu, dit Sahara marocain. Et ces 4 jours ont été, une fois encore, l'occasion pour les nombreuses délégations présentes de réitérer leur soutien constant à la marocanité de nos provinces du Sud, mais également leur soutien à la proposition marocaine d'autonomie comme étant la seule solution crédible, durable, possible pour mettre fin à ce différend artificiel. Souveraineté toujours. Et je suis fier que cette cérémonie de clôture puisse se dérouler en la présence de Dr Riyad El-Maliki. Le forum Middays, depuis sa première édition, a toujours été au service de la cause palestinienne, a toujours œuvré pour faire en sorte que l'autorité palestinienne puisse s'exprimer, puisse condamner et puisse alerter encore une fois l'opinion publique, mais également les décideurs internationaux sur la justesse de leur cause, qui est notre cause à tous. Souveraineté encore, souveraineté énergétique, souveraineté culturelle, souveraineté alimentaire. Tout l'ensemble de ces souverainetés multidimensionnelles ont été évoquées en long et en large tout au long de ces 4 jours. Oui, le forum Middays est le forum du Sud, mais c'est d'abord le forum de la souveraineté du Sud. Je l'ai dit, il n'y a pas de compromission possible sur les questions de souveraineté et aujourd'hui, le Sud discute d'égal à égal avec l'ensemble de ses partenaires sans complexe, puisque le Sud a tout autant à offrir. Alors, bien entendu, je ne peux clôturer ces débats, je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, sans remercier beaucoup de monde. Il y a bien sûr nos partenaires, nombreux, sans qui cet événement ne peut être possible. Il y a bien entendu les autorités locales, wilaya, régions, villes, qui apportent leur soutien constant et permanent à ce forum depuis près de 16 ans. Là encore, en toute humilité, vous connaissez tous le cachet historique de la ville de Tanger. Mais pendant 4 jours, chaque année, la ville de Tanger redevient cette ville internationale où le Sud rencontre le Nord et où on peut, là encore, discuter avec nos partenaires d'égal à égal. C'est un forum du Sud qui est porté par le Sud, pour le Sud, mais là encore sans clash. Il n'y a pas, même s'il y avait une session aujourd'hui qui portait le nom Sud global versus Occident, mais il n'y a pas de clash. Nous sommes dans une approche optimiste, c'est la vision de Sa Majesté, et nous essayons humblement de la traduire en action au Middays. Je voudrais également remercier bien évidemment les près de 270 intervenants venus des 4 coins du monde, les délégations officielles, les experts, les politologues, les analystes, les opérateurs économiques, il ne faut pas l'oublier. Ce forum est de plus en plus orienté business. Et la première journée de ce forum, qui a été consacrée à ce qu'on appelle aujourd'hui le Middays Investment Summit, a été un réel succès avec un grand nombre d'opérateurs économiques présents d'un certain nombre de pays, et je ne peux que m'en réjouir. Je voudrais, et c'est, vous le savez, en tout cas ceux qui sont habitués à notre cérémonie de clôture, conclure mes propos en remerciant et en appelant à me rejoindre l'ensemble de l'équipe de l'Institut Amadeus qui œuvre sans relâche depuis plusieurs mois pour vous recevoir dans les meilleures conditions et dans cet espace écrin architectural que nous avons tenté d'appréhender, tant bien que mal, mais je ne peux que me réjouir de ce résultat. C'était un vrai challenge que de sortir de notre zone de confort, ce chapiteau traditionnel, éphémère, que nous montions d'année en année, et je suis très heureux d'être dans du bâti. Enfin, on peut fièrement dire que la ville de Tanger bénéficie d'un lieu multi-opérationnel de grande qualité et qui démontre aujourd'hui aussi que Tanger est à la fois une place forte sur le plan économique, mais aussi sur le plan culturel, à travers ce palais des arts et de la culture. Alors je disais que je voulais appeler à me rejoindre l'ensemble des équipes Amadeus. Je ne serai pas trop long, mais permettez-moi avec émotion de les remercier un par un, ou une par une, puisque vous verrez qu'au sein de l'Institut Amadeus, le gender gap est plutôt à l'inverse de ce que traditionnellement les différents think tanks ou les différentes structures peuvent afficher, et je suis très fier de voir dans mon équipe les femmes et les hommes qui portent cet événement. Et je commencerai par Iman Isselman, qui, depuis de très nombreuses années, porte avec moi ce forum. Merci de l'applaudir. Hicham Loudi, Shakour, Fatima Al-Wardi, Amin Al-Qabbaj, Béatrice de Cambolas, l'extraordinaire équipe qui manage, la jeune équipe qui manage les différentes sessions, Lamia, Raja, Kenza, Lubna, Soukaina, Inès, Abdallah, Yousra, Sofia, Zineb, Ibtissem, et enfin Amir, Ibrahim, Yahya, Aïcha, l'équipe technique, Mathias et Ludovic. Merci à vous. Merci pour vos très nombreuses nuits blanches. Merci de nous aider à faire de cet événement un réel succès. Et merci de faire vivre les Meddays, de faire venir ici à Tanger l'ensemble de ces personnalités mondiales. Et merci, enfin, de chaque année me donner envie de continuer. Mesdames, Messieurs, sur ces mots et sur cette photo de famille, et vous constatez que chaque année, l'équipe s'élargit. Elle s'élargit parce que le Meddays grandit, et je peux, alhamdoulilah, que m'en réjouir. Alors sur ces mots, je vous dis une dernière fois merci. Et Inch'Allah, à l'année prochaine.
Thank you. We're done. As we conclude, please thank you for coming, and please keep in mind to keep the spirit of this forum, the passion, the ideas, the spirit of collaboration and engagement. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your collaboration. See you next year.
Favorite.